had a it was taped over there.
Alright, we'll pick this box in here. Okay, that's good.
All right. Valley League Work. Yep. All right. So that's...
I'll go run around and try to solve the problem I got with the team for scoring. I'll call you back. I'll call you back. I'll be back up here. Make sure Drew has this, so you know what you No.
Thinking.
Yeah. So did you see their lineup I sent you?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Got it. Yeah. Where's the lineup from Jimmy? What's going every inning? Where's that? Something wrong?
Yeah, if I gotta unplug this before we start, then plug it back in because
Okay.
if not for us, but for the Facebook, if you play actual music into it because we don't have a license, it'll shut the stream down. So, but I want to make sure something's playing before we get started to make sure it's actually working.
Yeah.
So, start at 47. Yeah, that should work. All right. Stay tuned for Purcellville.
Do we have anybody in here that can go find the write-up of whoever's singing the national anthem for us? I don't have a script unless they're singing the national anthem. So Jimmy's on the field. He's actually got nothing to do with it. So we need a write-up. You know Mara Bosworth is? I do. Okay. She's got a great name with her.
questions?
Nope, looking good.
All right.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to your 2023 home opener for your Purcellville Cannons and the visiting Front Royal Cardinals. Got it right, nailed it. All right, we have a night of fun-full family activities here at Fireman's Field for you. The courtyard is filled up with amazing people. There are amazing vendors all over the courtyard. And our gate sponsor tonight, Carrington Homes. Carrington Homes, a long-standing supporter of the Purcellville Cannons, multiple Western Loudon events. Your foul ball sponsor, my man Bob Caines, with Remax Distinctive, proud sponsor of the Cannons since 2017. A reminder that Valley Baseball prohibits the playing of music or other sound effects that might embarrass, humiliate, or demean our umpires, a member of the opposing team, its administration, or its fans. All music, chants, or crowd cueing messages must stop immediately when the batter steps into the box. We are privileged to have with us tonight R.W. Porky Bowman in the house. You'll see him out there with our head coach, Brett Fuller. The commissioner is in the house. A round of applause for R.W. Porky Bowman, Jr., your Valley League commissioner. What's that? Also, if you haven't seen it on social media, we're having a little disco night to here. So, you know, you might see number 23 out there breakdancing, doing some disco. He's more of a Saturday Night Fever kind of manager. So you might see him, you know, doing a little bit. What's this? He's the Bee Gees guy, ain't he, Fuller? Fuller loves the Bee Gees. He loves the Bee Gees. Andy Gibb. Looks a lot like Andy Gibb. Take a look at him, number 23. There he is, Coach Fuller. All right.
And Brett, need you come down here to the storage shed, please.
Well, yeah. Here's your visiting starting lineup for the Front Royal Cardinals. Batting leadoff from Widener University, the center fielder, number 6, Anthony Baccio. Batting second from Western Kentucky, the shortstop, number 17, Eli Burwash. Batting third from Longwood University, the first baseman, number 5, Drew Camp. Batting cleanup from University of Maryland, Baltimore campus, the third baseman, number 34, Leewood Molessa. Batting fifth from Georgia State, the left fielder, number 24, Cam Douglas. Batting sixth from Florida Southwestern State, the right fielder, number 10, Zach Devin Cologne. On the hill for the Cardinals from Florida Southwestern State is number 11, Ryan Watson Jr. The Cardinals are managed by head coach Clint Marsh, assistant coaches Jorge Ramirez and Dylan Stoll.
Hey Bill, I got it. I was calling you in a second. Mara sent you a text. It was a link to like her profile. She's a singer,
I got it.
songwriter. Yeah, like Mara sent you a text.
Do you remember? You got something better?
I just wrote the very basics of it. Are you a singer, songwriter, actress, local, passionate?
Actress.
Yeah.
Actress. Actress.
I'm just gonna sit here and
You all right, Liz?
about 2 minutes.
Where's that flag? Bridget, go. I'll have a write-up for it. We've only had 3 months today.
Hey Rich, is this used at all during the game? By anyone? Is this used at all? Okay.
If you give me stuff, you should be fine to use it.
Wow, this takes legit.
What I used to do, because I didn't drink until I was 21, so I used to put apple juice in there, and I would act like I was hammered down by the frat, so the cop would stop me, and all my buddies would haul ass and get out for distraction.
You got umpires?
I don't have umpires. Oh. I got the names of, they weren't even there yet when I checked. They said they didn't know.
Going to first pitch? Going to first pitch?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. They didn't tell us which,
All right. Let's see if I can make this work.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned earlier your gate sponsor tonight, our friends over at Carrington Homes. Carrington Homes is a long-standing supporter of the Purcellville
Stay
Cannons.
tuned for
and multiple
Purcellville
Western
Cannons
Lounge events.
baseball.
Carrington
Pregame
Homes
coverage
communities
begins
include
in
Purcellville,
10
Round
minutes.
Hill, Hamilton, Aldie, Middleburg, Lovinsville, Leesburg, and Waterford. I can tell you that I personally have a Carrington home right here in Purcellville in Village Case that I love and I've had since 2013. Carrington Homes offers semi-custom farmhouse kitchens, multi-generational spaces, and build on your own lot. Visit their model home open every day, 37092 Shoemaker School Road, right.
Well, now it's the 80s, and Brett is the greatest, and Bobby Bonds can play for everyone. Rose is at the vet, Rusty again is a Met, and the great Alexander is pitching again in Washington. I'm talking baseball, like Reggie Breeze and
2023 season. Cannons Baseball is brought to you in part by Sonic Family Chiropractic, Western Loudon Chiropractic, T-Mobile, Banff Customs, Valley Drilling, Flowers Risk Group, Alamon Studio, Fuller Treasures, J.R. Snyder Limited Professional Plumbing Services, Joe Fleming Painting Contractors, Honest Tom's, Hero Homes, 5-Star Bath Solutions, Farm Credit, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service Incorporated, Brian McDonald, Edward Jones, Dental Smiles at Purcellville Gateway, DCF Contracting, Coalition to Salute America's Heroes, Prop Metcalf Services, Climactic Heating and Cooling, Chick-fil-A, Casco, Casa Tequila Bar and Grill, Carrington Homes, Caring Transitions, Burr Strength, Browning Equipment Incorporated, the Bob Caines Team, and Banshee Motor Cars Limited.
Lynn Hill Arts Camp. Old 690.
Welcome to Fireman's Field. It's the season opener for the Purcellville Cannons as they take on the Front Royal Cardinals. Howdy, baseball fans. I'm Jeremy Huber here, and now time for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
A round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. Bridget Cook also remains standing as you see out in center field. Please, a big
And with that, our national anthem from Bridget Cook, a great one. With time for us to get some baseball underway here at Fireman's Field. Let's jump right into our starting lineups in this one. We start with the visiting Front Royal Cardinals. They'll go with this lineup. Number 6, Anthony Baccio in center field. He's out of Westchester University. Number 2 hitter, number 17, Eli Burwash, the shortstop from Western Kentucky. In the number 3 spot, it's number 5, Drew Camp, the first baseman from Longwood. It's in the number 4 spot, it's number 34, Leewood Malessa, the third baseman from UMBC. In the number 5 spot, number 24, Cam Douglas, left fielder from Georgia State. In right field and batting in the number 6 spot, number 10, Zach Sophie from Florida Southwestern State. Batting 7th, number 8, Ryan Becker, your catcher from Presbyterian. In the number 8 spot, the DH, it's number 7, Carter Ruff from Gardner-Webb. While at the number 9 spot, it's number 1, Devin Colon, second baseman from Abilene Christian. As for the Cannons, they will set this lineup under head coach Brett Fuller. Caleb Stewart's, the defensive lineup for the Cannons tonight. It'll be Lacumba Booker in left field out of Montreat College. In center field, it's returning Cannon, number 11, Mikey Brenton from Arkansas Fort Smith. Another returning Cannon in right field, it's Cullen Bear Horowitz. He headed to North Carolina, currently at San Jacinto North. At first base, it's third base, Dan Swirsky out of Oklahoma State. At the shortstop position, it will be Caleb Stewart out of Georgia State, and Keegan Knutson playing second base tonight from San Jacinto North. At first base, it's the returning Valley League MVP of the North. It's Ryan Guida from FIU. And behind the plate, Jose Torres, San Jack headed to Louisiana. And on the mound tonight for the Cannons, it's Daniel Quintana. Quintana comes into this one right-handed pitcher wearing number 21. Interesting to see what he brings to the mound tonight, as he will take on this lineup. Quintana out of James Madison University, local product from Haymarket, also played at Paul VI, yet to play in his time at James Madison, but he will get out there tonight. See what we can do against this Front Royal lineup. So glad to have you along. It's opening night in Purcellville. Cannons in their pinstripe jerseys tonight with the maroon hats, the maroon numbers, maroon cannons arched across the chest. Front Royal in their red jerseys with the gray pants, red hats, gray hats tonight, red batting helmets, and all with the red hosiery. So almost time to get some baseball started. A little late getting going tonight, as our pregame ceremonies ran a bit over, as they're wont to do sometimes. Torres throws it down. We're ready for baseball. So glad to have you along. James Clayton behind the plate. Paul Wills is your field umpire. The Valley League season getting underway tonight. All over, up and down the I-81 corridor. Should be a fun one here. These two teams both made the playoffs when it looked like they would not last year. Looking to do that again.
Anthony Baccio.
Here's Anthony Baccio, center fielder, steps in as Quintana delivers, and it is in there for strike one. First pitch of the night, officially 7:03 Eastern Time, 89 miles per hour from Quintana. Cannons played an exhibition game on Tuesday night. Here's the pitch. That's going to miss low for ball one. Cannons beat the Native American national team called the Warrior Penguins by an 8-0 score in that exhibition game on Tuesday night. Here's the 1-1. That'll be ripped foul into the Cannons dugout. Luckily, took a bounce and guys able to get out of the way of it. Cannons in the first base dugout. Front Royal in the third base dugout. Quintana shakes off a few. And he'll come with the 1-2 pitch. That'll miss outside. Count goes even at 2-2. Quintana, a bit of a deliberate worker. Now looks in. Delivers the 2-2. That's ripped out to right field. Horwitz going over. It's going to land in front of him. Plays it off the hop, and a stumble come around first base for Baccio. So he wanted to go to second base. Unable to do so, but it's a leadoff single for Anthony Baccio and the Front Royal Cardinals.
Now batting from Western Kentucky, the shortstop, number 17, Eli Burwash.
Here's Eli Burwash, shortstop out of Western Kentucky University. Here's the pitch, and that is in there for a strike. Long look in from Quintana. And he delivers to Burwash. That is hit up the middle. That's going to be in for a base hit. So back-to-back singles for Front Royal as Baccio cruises into second base. Burwash on with a single, and Front Royal has a rally going early on here in the top of the first.
Now batting from Longwood University, the first baseman, number 5, Drew Camp.
Here's Drew Camp out of Longwood. Here's the pitch. That is low for ball one. Interestingly enough, in the exhibition game on Tuesday night, ended up walking the first 3 batters that Cannon's pitching faced, but quick mound visit, 3 straight strikeouts afterwards. Purcellville was out of the inning. Quintana delivers the 1-0. That'll be in there for a strike. Quintana, 1-1 coming up. He delivers. That'll be in there for strike 2. Camp at Longwood this year hit .234, 29 RBI, 8 doubles, 2 home runs. I believe the Lancers in the Big South. Quintana comes set and delivers the 1-2. That's fouled off, so Camp stays alive. Got a piece of the breaking ball. Yeah, Quintana, as I mentioned before, his high school ball at Paul VI. Of course, many folks know Paul VI for their spectacular basketball program, nationally ranked. And they actually were located in Fairfax, moved to Loudoun County, the county that Purcellville is located in. 1-2 pitch. That's fouled away down the right field line.
Kids down the first base line. Your foul ball sponsor tonight, Bob Canes. The Bob Canes team. Remax distinctive. Please, if you track that foul ball down, return it to the lower press box. And you
so count stays at 1-2. Nobody out here in the top of the first inning. No score as Front Royal puts the first 2 men on.
Should be a freezing pop.
A freezing pop?
Tomorrow night is $5 bills, so go announce that tonight.
Trips here tomorrow night.
That's it. He's a $5 bill. That's right.
So again, Quintana comes set and delivers the 1-2. And that's going to be low. Torres blocks it, but it'll be a ball. Evens up the count at 2-2. Not the start the Cannons were hoping for. First 2 men on. Be big here for Quintana to get the strikeout and set up an inning-ending double play ball chance. Quintana comes set. Runner dancing off second base. 2-2 pitch. That's fouled off again, so Quintana can't find the put away right now. Camp keeps fouling them off.
Once again, your foul ball sponsor, Bob Canes. Been with Remax since 19.
It's one thing that Brett Fuller said. Had a chance to talk to him at length yesterday, and kind of said, look, we knew our relief pitching would be strong. The starting pitching, kind of questions there. Looked good in the opener. 2-2 pitch. That is in there for strike 3. As Camp caught looking as he gives one final look out at Quintana, but that's a big strikeout. Couldn't get the shoulder off his bat, and that's 1 out here in the top of the first inning.
Now batting from University of Maryland, Baltimore campus, the third baseman, number 34, Leewood Molessa.
Here's Leewood Molessa out of UMBC, Maryland, Baltimore County. Big lead off second base. He'll hit this one down to third base. It'll be foul. Luckily for the Cannons, Swirsky tried to backhand it. Couldn't get it, but it was in foul territory, so no harm, no foul. Swirsky, part of the Oklahoma State program. Of course, Cowboys made it to the Big 12 championship game, but were blasted by TCU. Played that one, I believe, at Minute Maid Park or whatever they're calling it now in Houston. So 0-1 count, 1 out. Here in the top of the first, no score. Front Royal batting here in the opening night in the Valley. Here's your 0-1. Runner goes, and this will be tapped to the pitcher as Quintana puts the tag on. and kind of was in between, had the hit and run on, and it was a high bouncer, and instead of throwing it over, he went ahead and just took the tag. So Melissa retired, but both runners move into scoring position.
Georgia State, the left fielder, number 24, Cam Douglas.
So Cam Douglas at the plate out of Georgia State, tonight's left fielder. Quintana delivers, and that is going to miss for ball one. Douglas at Georgia State. Quintana at James Madison, both out of the Sun Belt now. 1-0 pitch. That'll be fouled back. Of course, James Madison, Marshall, a few other teams moving into the Sun Belt last year. Southern missed part of that group, Old Dominion as well. Here comes the 1-1 from Quintana. That's going to be hit out to shortstop. Should be an easy one. Throw over, and it will be caught in time by Guida as Stewart makes the play. Quintana strands two after half an inning. It's Cardinals nothing. Cannons coming to the plate.
Valley League Baseball is back, and the Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2023 season. Cannons Baseball is brought to you in part by Sonic Family Chiropractic, Western Loudon Chiropractic, T-Mobile, Banff Customs, Valley Drilling, Flowers Risk Group, Alamon Studio, Fuller Treasures, J.R. Snyder Limited Professional Plumbing Services, Joe Fleming Painting Contractors, Honest Tom's, Hero Homes, 5-Star Bath Solutions, Farm Credit, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service Incorporated, Brian McDonald, Edward Jones, Dental Smiles at Purcellville Gateway, DCF Contracting, Coalition to Salute America's Heroes, Prop Metcalf Services, Climactic Heating and Cooling, Chick-fil-A, Caseco, Casa Tequila Bar and Grill, Carrington Homes, Caring Transitions, Burr Strength, Browning Equipment Incorporated, the Bob Caines Team, and Banshee Motor Cars Limited.
Come out here, buddy. I don't have your plaque, but I will get it to you. But I just want to say it's an honor to have you back this year for the Cannons in the league.
Commissioner R.W. Porky Bowman presenting the couple awards from last year.
Let's say a player from the North, Ryan Guida. Number 29.
So Ryan Guida and Jose Torres getting their awards as Torres Defensive Player of the Year in the North, while Guida the MVP of the North. Great seasons for both of those gentlemen. Let's go ahead and jump into your starting lineups. Let's give you the Cannons batting order. Caleb Stewart, shortstop out of Georgia State, your leadoff man. Mikey Brenton, center fielder from Arkansas Fort Smith. He'll hit number 2. Both Stewart and Brenton returning Cannons, as is the aforementioned Ryan Guida, first baseman tonight out of FIU. Keegan Knutson playing second and batting fourth out of San Jacinto North. Batting fifth, it's the third baseman Dan Swirsky out of Oklahoma State. Batting in the sixth spot, Jose Torres, just heard from him, returning Cannon. It's the catcher out of Louisiana. DH tonight, it's Wyatt Miles out of Shepherd. He's batting seventh, another returning Cannon. Batting eighth, another returning Cannon. Bear Horowitz, right fielder out of North Carolina. And in the number 9 spot, it's Nakumba Booker, left fielder. He is out of Montreat College, NAIA school in South Carolina. Your defensive alignment for Front Royal, Douglas in left,
Baccio in center, Sophie in right, Melessa's at third, Burwash at shortstop, Cologne at second base, Camp is at first base, Becker behind the plate, and on the mound, it is Rain Watson, pitcher for this Front Royal Cardinals squad. Watson out of Florida Southwestern State, sophomore out of Green Sea, South Carolina. He delivers outside to Caleb Stewart for ball one. Here's the pitch. The 1-0 misses high. So 2-0 counts to Caleb Stewart. Stewart played just 4 games for the Cannons last year before he was injured. Ended his season as he rips this one foul straight back. In his 4 games, recorded 4 hits and 2 RBI. This year at Georgia State, Caleb hit just .219 in 27 games. As Watson delivers, and big swing and a miss as he went up the ladder, and Caleb went chasing for strike 2. In 2022, Stewart hits .309 in 43 contests. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball miss up high as Caleb had to duck out of the way of it. So now count will go full. 3-2, nobody out, no score here in the bottom of the first. Here's the pitch, and Stewart will hit this one down to third base and off the glove of the third baseman, Melessa, out into left field. Likely going to be a hit on that one, and it will be. Tough play as Melessa had to go deep into the hole and unable to field it cleanly, so ends up being a hit. First of the season for the Cannons.
From the University of Arkansas, Fort Smith, a returning Cannon from last year, your center fielder, number 11, Mikey Britton.
So in the starting lineup tonight, 6 returning Purcellville Cannons. Mikey Britton at the plate. Britton suffered an injury in the playoffs last year. Pitch, and that is low. Mikey got banged up in the Strasburg series, I believe, if I remember correctly. 1-0 pitch. Big swing and a miss for Mikey for strike 1. Ended up trying to play through it. Pretty Herculean effort as the Cannons knocked off Strasburg. Upset series win. Ended up falling to Woodstock in the sweep in the division finals. That'll miss outside for ball 2. So count goes 2-1. Interestingly enough this year, no divisions in the Valley. Of course, Culpeper added. So they'll go 12 teams. Best 8 will make it. 2-1. That'll miss low in the dirt. So count goes 3-1. So just like Front Royal, Cannons have a chance to get their first 2 batters on base here tonight. Britton steps back in with Guida on deck. Watson comes set and delivers as the runner goes. High throw. It'll be ball 4. So hit and a walk. Cannons have the first 2 men on for the Valley North MVP, defending from 2022, Ryan Guida.
You just saw he was awarded the MVP of the North Division last year.
Guida had a chance to talk to him yesterday. So glad to be back here. Good chance he could be drafted in a couple of weeks. Just a really, really good hitter. Contact guy who's added a little bit of power. Runner goes, throw down, and in there, just barely stayed on the bag is Stewart. Taking advantage, is went on the first pitch and able to steal the bag. So now Cannons on the corners with nobody else. Here in the bottom of the first. Pitch was called a strike. So 0-1 count. Guida will hit it where they're not. It gets through, a run in, and there you go, Ryan Guida. Hit and an RBI in his first at-bat of the season. Cannons on the board. Purcellville 1, Front Royal nothing.
College North, your second baseman, number 12, Keegan Knutson.
Britton goes down to second base. Stewart scores on the play. And a big hole on the left side of the infield as Keegan Knutson comes up now. He shows bunt, pulls it back, and takes a ball. Had a big hole there. Guys trying to keep runners around, getting close to the base and double play positioning, and Guida just poked it through the hole as he's wont to do for a base hit. Here comes the 1-0, again showing bunt, and again pulled back for strike for ball 2. Interesting move here by Brett Fuller. As Watson struggling so far tonight. First 3 runners reaching. Here's the 2-0, again shows bunt, pulls it back, and takes a strike. Camp charging from first. Now it looks like Front Royal might have changed up their defensive alignment, though Camp is up close, not holding on Guida at first base. 2-1, and that's going to be through for a base hit past the third baseman, and they're going to send Brinton. Throw coming home, play at the plate, and he is safe at the plate. Mikey just gets in. Ridge Fuller sent him from third base. Brinton just avoided the tag of Becker, and the Cannons have another run on the board. They're now up 2-0.
Now batting from Oklahoma State, your third baseman, number 27, Dan Swirsky.
A quick conference at the mound for Watson and Becker. Here comes Swirsky. Something you got to like if you're the Cannons. You know, Brett Fuller has seen a lot of guys come through, real power-type batters, high strikeout rates, but so far tonight you've had 3 solid singles. Poke through that open left side. Here's Dan Swirsky. Here's the pitch. Swirsky takes in for a strike. Swirsky with a quick chat. James Clayton behind the plate. Here's your 0-1. That'll miss outside, makes the count 1-1. One coming up. Nobody out. 2-0 Cannons lead. Here's the pitch, and Swirsky will swing through that one for strike 2. Count goes to 1-2. Swirsky, very easy to tell against his Cannons uniform. He's got his Oklahoma State gear. Has one orange batting glove and some cleats with some orange trim to them. 1-2 pitch as Swirsky does not go around, and that ball misses inside for a ball. Makes the count 2-2. Swirsky, a 2022 high school All-American. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swings through it for strike 3. So first out of the inning for Watson via the strikeout.
From Louisiana Lafayette, returning Cannon and defensive player of the year. Your catcher, number 30, Jose Torres.
You heard the dulcet tones of Bill Russatella as Jose Torres comes to the plate with 1 out. 2-0 Cannons lead as Jose takes high for a ball. Ryan Guida down at second base. Keegan Knutson down at first, both via RBI singles. Here's your 1-0. That will be in there for a strike, evens up the count at 1-1. Wyatt Miles is on deck. Here's the pitch as Torres takes high for a ball. Count goes to 2-2. Shadows creeping across the field here at Fireman's Field. That third base spot is always tough to play right now. Sun directly in the eyes. 2-1 pitch. That's hit the other way. A little bit of a flare. Could drop in. It will get past the right fielder. It's going to be extra bases. Guida hustling around. He's going to score. Torres going to third. They're going to send the runner Knutson. Knutson coming home. He'll slide in, and it's a 2-run triple for Jose Torres. Cannons with a crooked number on the board. They're up 4-0 here in the bottom of the first. Tough play there as Sophie tried to make the catch. Couldn't get there, and it got by him. It's not deep out there, only 310 down the line. But it was long enough as Torres was thinking triple once he saw that ball get by. Here comes Wyatt Miles. Here's the pitch, and Miles takes on the outside corner for a strike. Cannons all got on their horses there. Here's the pitch as swing and a miss by Miles for strike two. 0-2 count. Purcellville leading it 4-0 here in the bottom of the first inning. Pair of RBI singles from Guida and Knutson, and the 2-run triple on the misplay as Miles swings through it for strike three and the second out of the inning.
Now batting from the University of North Carolina, your right fielder, number 77, Bear Horowitz.
Here comes Cullen Bear Horowitz. Horowitz headed to North Carolina in the fall, spent the last season at San Jacinto North. Here's the pitch. That's going to miss high and inside for a ball. Cullen started his career at Army, West Point. Hails from over in the West Virginia Panhandle, so a local guy. 1-0 pitch. That is going to be low for a ball, so count goes 2 balls, no strikes. To Horowitz. Nakamba Booker on deck. Nice crowd here tonight on opening night. Almost full grandstand on the right side behind the Cannons bench. 2-0. That is in there for a strike. Smattering of folks on the third base side. 2-1 pitch coming up. Here it is. And off the end of the bat for a foul ball and a strike. So now Horowitz looking at a 2-2 count. Cullen, one of the impressive looking Cannons, just mountain of a guy, all kinds of power. Strikeouts have been an issue. Or last year here at Fireman's Field and for the Cannons in total. 2-2 pitch as Horowitz takes high for a ball. So count goes full, 3-2. Torres down at third base. After the 2-run triple, Booker on deck, hoping for a shot here to keep this inning going. 3-2. And Horowitz swings through it for strike three. So Watson strikes out the side, but he gives up 4 runs. Cannons, what a way to start things off. They lead after 1 complete, 4-0 over Front Royal. Valley League Baseball is back, and the Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2023 season. Cannons Baseball is brought to you in part by Sonic Family Chiropractic, Western Loudon Chiropractic, T-Mobile, Banff Customs, Valley Drilling, Flowers Risk Group, Alamon Studio, Fuller Treasures, J.R. Snyder Limited Professional Plumbing Services, Joe Fleming Painting Contractors, Honest Tom's, Hero Homes, 5-Star Bath Solutions, Farm Credit, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service Incorporated, Brian McDonald, Edward Jones. Dental Smiles at Purcellville Gateway. DCF Contracting. Coalition to Salute America's Heroes. Prop Metcalf Services. Climactic Heating and Cooling. Chick-fil-A. Casco. Casa Tequila Bar and Grill. Carrington Homes. Caring Transitions. Burr Strength. Browning Equipment Incorporated. The Bob Canes Team. And Banshee Motor Cars Limited. Cannons with the 4-0 lead as we start the top of the second inning. Front Royal will bring Sophie, Becker, and Ruff to the plate here in the top of the second. I'm sure Sophie will look to atone for that misplay. Again, not an error, and rightfully so. Our official scorer, Dennis Woods. But the ball, it was just a kind of lazy line ball out there. Just didn't have a lot of pep to it. And Sophie tried to make the diving catch and ended up getting by him. And the interesting part is that, as we've well chronicled before, Ryan Guida not the most fleet of foot. So if Sophie played that on the hop, he might have had a play at the plate, even if Ridge Fuller had sent him from third. Instead, went for the diving catch and said Katie bar the door. That led to the Cannons scoring 2 and sending Torres all the way to third base. But Front Row going to look to chip into the Cannon lead as Zach Sophie comes to the plate. Sophie, the right fielder tonight, as Quintana for his second inning of work, as he was able to strand a pair after Front Royal put the first 2 guys on. Sophie fouls this one off to the third base side. Quintana delivers the 0-1. That's going to bounce about 2 feet in front of home plate.
Sponsor tonight, Bob Canes. Call Bob Canes at Remax Distinctive. Says here he won't bite.
Becker on deck. Here comes your 1-1 pitch. Here it is. That'll miss up high, so count goes to 2-1. 88 on the gun there. Here's your 2-1 pitch. And that's going to be hit out to center field. Now actually over to left field. Booker getting underneath of it. And Nakumba makes the catch. Kind of reached away at the last second. Looked like it was coming right for the glove. Maybe had a little tail to it. But Booker makes the easy catch for out number 1.
Now batting from Presbyterian College, the catcher, number 8, Ryan Becker.
Here's Ryan Becker playing catcher tonight. Quintana winds and delivers, and he will catch the inside corner for strike 1. First time of the year, we'll kind of get you up there on the dimensions here at Fireman's Field, same as they always are. Down the right field line, it's only 310, 340 to the right field power alley. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That is going to be a ball. So County goes even at 1-1 with 1 out. Cannons with a 4-0 lead here in the top of the second inning. Then in dead center field, it's 364. Then in the left field power alley, that's where this field gets a little quirky. It's 388 out to left center, as that pitch will be in there for strike 2. Count goes to 1-2. Down the left field line, it's 318, but it's kind of no man's land. You hit a ball out to left center field, you got to put a real charge into it to get it out of this park. Conversely, you can get some cheapies right down the right field line. 1-2 pitch, that is going to miss. Wow, thought that was strike 3, but James Clayton said no. And the interesting thing is, if you have right-handed hitters who have some opposite field power, it's a good park for them too. So we've seen a few taters off the scoreboard in right center. That'll be a swing and a miss, and caught cleanly by Torres for the second out of the inning. Second strikeouts of the game for Quintana.
Hitter number 7, Carter Ruff.
Here comes Carter Ruff, DHing tonight out of Gardner-Webb. Here's the pitch, and that is swung on and missed for strike one. And for those of you not watching our stream, we have two scoreboards here at Fireman's Field. We have the baseball scoreboard put in years ago for some of the National Babe Ruth tournaments that were put here. Here's your 0-1. That is in for a strike, so 0-2 count coming up. It's a gigantic scoreboard, and you'll see balls hit off of that one. We actually have the old football scoreboard from when youth football was played here. That's part of the reason the dimensions are the way they are. You could have to fit a football field in here. Here's your 0-2 pitch, and that is going to be fouled straight back. So Ruff stays alive. Also here at Fireman's Field, we have kind of a flag court out in center field, as well as the old football press box. And every once in a while, you'll see a really well-struck ball end up off the roof of that. It's also where the umpires' quarters are. They dress out there. Here's your 0-2 pitch, and this will be hit down the right field line, fading foul, and that will be off of, I believe, a tree out there. That's the other fun part of this park, is that it is ringed with gigantic oak trees, some of which aren't in the actual fair territory, but they are in the field of play. So you can hit a ball down the line, and it can hit off a tree branch and just die, but it'll be a foul ball. Again, we do the 0-2 pitch. That ball is in there for strike three as Ruff frozen by the breaking ball. Third K of the game for Daniel Quintana after 1.5. It's still Cannons 4, Cardinals nothing. Valley League Baseball is back, and the Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2023 season. Cannons Baseball is brought to you in part by Sonic Family Chiropractic, Western Loudon Chiropractic, T-Mobile, Banff Customs, Valley Drilling, Flowers Risk Group, Alamon Studio, Fuller Treasures, J.R. Snyder Limited Professional Plumbing Services, Joe Fleming Painting Contractors, Honest Tom's, Hero Homes, 5-Star Bath Solutions, Farm Credit, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service Incorporated, Brian McDonald, Edward Jones, Dental Smiles at Purcellville Gateway, DCF Contracting, Coalition to Salute America's Heroes, Prop Metcalf Services, Climactic Heating and Cooling, Chick-fil-A, Casco, Casa Tequila Bar and Grill, Carrington Homes, Caring Transitions, Burr Strength, Browning Equipment Incorporated, the Bob Canes Team, and Banshee Motor Cars Limited. Cannons with the 4-0 lead here in the bottom of the second inning. So, see what the Cannons can do as the number 9 hitter Booker coming to the plate. And it'll be followed
Number 20, Nakumba Booker Jr.
by the top of the lineup. Quick look at the Valley League scoreboard. Winchester up on new squad Culpeper in the third inning, 3-0. Booker stands in, and that pitch will be in there for a strike. Elsewhere in the Valley, Strasburg and Newmarket, they're scoreless in the third. 0-1 pitch, big swing and miss for Nakumba. He's down 0-2. Harrisonburg with a 1-0 lead, actually now a 2-1 lead on Woodstock. That is also in the third inning. 0-2 pitch as Nakumba fouls it off over top of the Cannons dugout, so he stays alive at 0-2. Waynesboro up on Charlottesville 3-1. That one in the bottom of the second.
From Remax, the Bob Canes team.
And Covington and Stanton, they're scoreless in the first as Booker swings through it for strike 3 and the first out of the inning. That is the 4th strikeout of the game. So every out for Watson has been via the strikeout, but the Cannons jumped on him for the 4 runs in the first. Pair of RBI singles from Ryan Guida and Keegan Knutson, then the 3-run triple for Jose Torres. And that is in there for a strike to Stewart. Ball looked like it was a little inside, but called a strike for James Clayton behind the plate. 0-1 pitch. That misses way outside and high as looked like Watson took a look down at his plant foot. A little uneven landing there for him. Here's your 1-1 as that'll be fouled straight back by Stewart. So count goes 1-2 with 1 out. Cannons with the 4-0 lead on Front Royal. Glad to have you along both on our stream as well as our online video with our new camera system. Hope you're enjoying however you're sampling this broadcast. 1-2 pitch in there for a strike as Stewart frozen. First strikeout looking for Watson here in this matchup and his 5th overall. So Mikey Brinton will try to keep the inning alive. Here's the pitch as Brinton fouls this one off the handle for strike 1. Here's your 0-1. That'll miss outside. Evens up the count at 1-1.
In the Valley Energy Dance Contest, please make your way down to the Cannons.
Brinton, another returning Cannon from last year. Here's your 1-1. That'll miss high for a ball. Makes it 2-1.
Please make your way down to the Cannons bullpen. Stay out of the dugout.
Here's your 2-1 as Mikey big swing and miss for strike 2. Evens up the count at 2-2. Last year, Brinton actually in his 3rd season back with the Cannons. Hit .276 last year, .250 in his first campaign. Watson delivers the 2-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3. So again, Watson strikes out the side, but he still trails 4-0. Cannons up on the Cardinals through 2 innings of play.
Valley League Baseball is back, and the Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2023 season. Cannons Baseball is brought to you in part by Sonic Family Chiropractic, Western Loudon Chiropractic, T-Mobile, Banff Customs, Valley Drilling, Flowers Risk Group, Alamon Studio, Fuller Treasures, J.R. Snyder Limited Professional Plumbing Services, Joe Fleming Painting Contractors, Honest Tom's, Hero Homes, 5-Star Bath Solutions, Farm Credit, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service Incorporated, Brian McDonald, Edward Jones, Dental Smiles at Purcellville Gateway, DCF Contracting, Coalition to Salute America's Heroes, Prop Metcalf Services, Climactic Heating and Cooling, Chick-fil-A, Casco, Casa Tequila Bar and Grill, Carrington Homes, Caring Transitions, Burr Strength, Browning Equipment Incorporated, the Bob Canes Team, and Banshee Motor Cars Limited. Welcome back to Fireman's Field. Cannons with a 4-0 lead as we hit the top of the third inning for your next 2 innings of play-by-play. Here's my partner, Jack Hughes. Jack, good to hear from you again.
Glad to be here, Jeremy. So Danny Quintana still on the mound for the Purcellville Cannons.
Also next to the
Had a solid first inning after giving up 2 hits to Anthony Boschio and Eli Burwash. Has not given up anything since.
from Abilene Christian, the second baseman.
As we see Devin Colon, the 9-hole hitter, second baseman from Abilene Christian, come up to the plate. Here's the first pitch. Oh, and it looks like that will clip Colon right around the stomach hip area.
Yeah, not the way you want to start the inning. Again, he's looked pretty good after his first 2 batters. But, yeah, hit by pitch, not the way you want to go.
As we see back to the start of the lineup, Anthony Boschio. Quintana looking to reset himself. Looks to throw out Colon at first, but not quite there in time. Looks again at Colon. Winds up his first pitch. Well outside, cannot be handled by Jose Torres, and Colon will trot into second as a result.
Yeah, again, that one well off and not much that Torres could do. We talked about it, Jack, that kid won the Defensive Player of the Year. He just had no chance of that, and that was about good 2 feet outside in the dirt.
Absolutely. Now have a 1-0 count. Quintana looking at Colon at second. Winds up the 1-0. Again outside. Getting the count to 2-0.
Yeah, it's funny. Usually it's the long inning that throws the guy's control off. It seems like the next inning. It was the short inning. Gets right back out there. He can't find the plate right now.
Absolutely. See if Quintana can recover. Third pitch. Hit by Boschio into center field. And it looks like Brenton will make the catch. See if Colon can get to third. Oh, Caleb Stewart on the shortstop position. Got a piece of it, slowed the ball down, getting to third base. Swirsky unable to make the catch.
Yeah, it's funny. I don't know because normally the protocol on that is if they want you to cut it, they're going to yell cut, cut, cut. Stewart stuck the glove up. He may have just not gotten the glove down in time. And kind of had to give the my bad to Mikey because he might have had him at third base.
Fortunate as we see Eli Burwash come up to the plate with the runner in scoring position. Quintana fires one. Burwash hits it into shallow left field, and it drops. And that will bring in Colon on a base hit.
Just dropped one in there, but again, that's what you need. Cannon's got a few of those earlier in the game and kind of one for turnabout fair play for the Cardinals there.
Yeah, it looked like Booker and Stewart may have had some slight miscommunication there. Looked like they were trying to avoid running into each other. As Camp comes up to the plate, was struck out on his at-bat all the way in the first inning. Hits it into left field. And Burwash will make his way to third on that base hit.
And it hit, I don't know if it was even a hit and run. It looked like that maybe just he wasn't paying attention to the runner, and Burwash took off, and because he did, he was able to get over to third base.
We see a conference at the mound between Quintana and Torres as Melessa gets himself ready for his at-bat. He was tagged out on his at-bat in the first inning.
There she is, Susie Fuller in the front row.
whole infield getting involved in the conversation shortly.
HB Kilgore.
And again, Torres is the guy you want behind the plate there because he's good with the pitching staff. He's good defensively. Guys trust him if he goes out and chats with them. So he's one of the better, if not the best, defensive catchers we've seen up here, at least in a while, for the Cannons.
Absolutely.
Jimmy, how old is Susan?
Quintana
I have no idea.
looks at the corners, fires one, and that will be fouled off by Melessa.
Come on, Dryden. Bob, you should have had that one. Who got Adam Hendricks? Is that you?
Always fun, Bill Russatella. You can hear him through our microphones.
Indeed, I was about to say the same thing.
He is the mayor of Purcellville.
Indeed. Quintana fires a second, and it looks like Kemp will get the easy steal. Torres, a slight mishandling on that ball.
Honestly, he got that jump, and there was no chance. I think Torres just ate it better than that and throw it out in the field. And at this point, I think Front Royal knows that Quintana's strength is not holding runners on because they're running freely right now.
Absolutely. Quintana looks to second. Fires off the 1-1. And Melessa will look in a strike.
Nice breaking ball there from Quintana.
Definitely left Melessa a little frozen there. 2 runners in scoring position, looking to cut down Cannon's 3-run lead as Melessa is struck out swinging.
Now batting the left fielder, number 24, Cam Douglas.
That will bring up Cam Douglas, grounded out in his first at-bat. Big opportunity here for the Cardinals. Quintana fakes the throw over to third. Look at Camp on second, and will throw it inside for a ball. Quintana looking it in. The 1-0 pitch. And Quintana with some contact into right down the third base line for a base hit that will drive in Burwash. Cannons now lead 4-2 as Zach Sophie comes up to the plate.
Now batting the right fielder, number 10, Zach Sophie.
Flew out in his first at-bat.
Right now, if you're Quintana, you just want to try and limit this damage and get out of the inning with the lead still.
Quintana fires the first pitch. Low for ball 1.
Yeah, scoreboard was off a little bit. It's early. Season opener for everybody.
Indeed. Quintana looks it in. 1-0 pitch is fouled off. Right near the Cannons dugout. Evens the count at 1-1. Quintana looks at second. Fires off the 1-1 outside. Sophie now ahead in the count 2-1.
Jack, looks like we got a little bit of action down in the Cannons bullpen. Just some guys stretching and going through that.
This is a position make or break for Quintana. Definitely looking to see who might come after him at this point. Looks at second. Fires a pitch, and Sophie swings and misses. Evens the count at 2-2, 2 outs in the top of this third inning. Cannons lead only 2 now.
Big pitch for Quintana here.
Hey, why don't you come up and take an inning on the mic?
Quintana fires and looking for a check swing. After a conference with the umpires, they did not. So that will be ball number 3. We now have a full count.
Yeah, peeled out to Paul Wills at second base, and it's, the way the Valley with just the 2 umpires, Jack, they do move that guy behind the pitcher's mound, so it's really tough for him to see anything as opposed if he's at first or third, he gets that angle of the bat.
Definitely a big factor there. The payoff pitch, and that will be outside the zone. 4th ball, that will be a walk, and the bases are loaded.
I mean, you got time for that, right? It's only the third innings, I'm saying.
Yeah, right now,
That's after the 4th inning match.
that's the first base on ball of the game, but I now have a pitching coach visit.
There's nothing, I mean, if you want to, you want to.
But right now, if you're the Cannons, you had that big 4-run lead. 1 base hit here, you're probably going to lose it. It could be worse if you have an extra base hit.
Absolutely, it's a key moment here for Quintana.
This baseball is simply not possible without the amazing
For head coach Brett Fuller, he said he'd like a lot of his starting pitchers to be able to go 5 innings before having to bring in relief. Looking like that may not be the case for Quintana, though we will see how he recovers.
2018.
Steve, go ahead.
He did do nicely after giving up those first 2 hits in the first.
Steve Ridings, the pitching coach, with that mound visit. So hopefully it goes as well as the one I referenced earlier in the game where last night's starter walked the first 3 hitters, came out, got 3 strikeouts the next 3 outs. So a big here needs to get his pitcher to buckle down and get this out.
Yeah, first game more, now Quintana looking to showcase a little bit of that bend, don't break mentality. Becker up to the plate. First pitch is in the zone for strike 1.
Now batting the catcher, number 8, Ryan Becker.
Becker struck out in his first at-bat. Definitely will not want to repeat that in this 2-out situation. Quintana looking at the check swing, appeals to Wills, and that nonetheless will be strike 2.
Yeah, it looked like he called it at home. Obviously, umpire's judgment. If he thinks he swung, he can call it a strike.
Definitely there. Becker in a hole, 0-2 in the count. 2 outs. Quintana looking for a huge opportunity to strand 3. Quintana with the look in. And that will be in the zone. A 3-strike strikeout for Quintana. Leaves 3 on the bases. The Cannons maintain a lead 4-2 here in Purcellville.
Valley League Baseball is back, and the Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2023 season. Cannons Baseball is brought to you in part by Sonic Family Chiropractic, Western Loudon Chiropractic, T-Mobile, Banff Customs, Valley Drilling, Flowers Risk Group, Alamon Studio, Fuller Treasures, J.R. Snyder Limited Professional Plumbing Services, Joe Fleming Painting Contractors, Honest Tom's, Hero Homes, 5-Star Bath Solutions, Farm Credit, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service Incorporated, Brian McDonald, Edward Jones. Dental Smiles at Purcellville Gateway. DCF Contracting. Coalition to Salute America's Heroes. Prop Metcalf Services. Climactic Heating and Cooling. Chick-fil-A. Casco. Casa Tequila Bar and Grill. Carrington Homes. Caring Transitions. Burr Strength. Browning Equipment Incorporated. The Bob Canes Team. And Banshee Motor Cars Limited.
And welcome to historic Fireman's Field in Purcellville, Virginia. The Front Royal Cardinals making up a bit of ground against the Purcellville Cannons after a 2-run top of the third. Cannons will look to fire back. And they have a good guy to do so with Ryan Guida with an RBI single in the first inning. As well as we mentioned before, the Northern Division Valley League MVP.
Jack, before we get into the at-bat, I want to let everyone know, you too, all the outs so far for the starting pitcher, Rain Wilson, all 6 have been via the strikeout. So this guy's mowing them down. Of course, it was all the hits he gave up in the first inning.
See here, first pitch will be outside the zone for ball 1. Second pitch, a little bit high. That'll be ball number 2. Guida already ahead in the count 2-0. The third pitch again high. So Guida getting himself a picture-perfect position here after 3 pitches, leading the count 3-0. Watson again delivers. That one will be inside the zone for a strike. The 3-1 pitch will be fouled off by Guida in the direction of the grandstands. So Watson getting himself out of that hole, working to a full count. The payoff pitch hit well into left field by Guida, but able to be caught by Cam Douglas rather easily.
Yeah, it looked all right off the bat, but again, we talked about it before, Jack. That's where balls go to die, deepest part of the ballpark. Got under it and gave it a bit of a ride, but not enough.
And Keegan Knutson will look to avenge that. First pitch grounds to the second baseman, and the play is made at first. Cologne there easily able to get it to camp. And Cardinals looking at a potential 1-2-3 inning.
Number 27, Dan Swirsky.
Dan Swirsky will look to stop that.
It's like I put the reverse jinx on him. I said all his outs were by strikeouts. He's gotten 2 fly ball and a ground ball.
Yeah. The first pitch, swing and a miss from Swirsky. Looking ever so slightly mad at himself for that one. Swirsky struck out in his first at-bat. And second pitch will be in there for a strike, so already down 0-2 in the count. Watson looking to end the inning. Third pitch is outside the zone. Swirsky does stay alive with the 1-2 count. Watson delivers. That will be a little bit high. Evens the count at 2-2.
thing they have is the mascot race. And that was in the middle of the field.
Watson Jr.
So I told him, "Drew's up here."
delivers it a little bit low, a little bit outside. We now have a full count.
Next time he comes up, when he does that, just stay with him. So I've done that already a couple times.
Payoff pitch is high, and Swirsky will work a walk after being down 0-2 in the count.
Good at bat there by Swirsky. Keeps this inning alive with the Cannons up 4-2. Torres going to come to the plate.
All right, fans. We want to
And
thank all of you for attending the 2023
Torres definitely a guy you'd like to have in this situation. Talk a lot about his defensive prowess.
Friday night baseball.
He also hit very well in the Valley League last year, looking at 341 hitting average.
That's right.
So definitely no slouch with the bat in his hands either.
On Sunday, June 4th, Woodstock River Bandits coming to Purcellville. All your gates open all season long at 5:30. First pitch, 7 p.m. Once again, tomorrow night, Friday night, the Winchester Royals.
Torres, of course,
Sunday night,
with the monster double RBI triple in his first at-bat.
Now batting from Louisiana,
Looking to keep the inning
Your
alive.
catcher, number 30, Jose Torres.
Watson looking at Swirsky at first, delivers. High for ball 1. Watson with the look in. Second pitch. Torres had to dodge out of the way of that one. That will be ball 2.
Definitely a hitter's count right here for Torres.
Watson again outside. Torres has worked himself to a 3-0 count. Watson will look to recover. The look in, and again outside. Well high there for a 4-ball walk. And we now have runners on first and second with Wyatt Miles coming up to the plate.
Now batting from Shepherd College.
Big spot for Miles here
Designated hitter
after
number
striking out
5,
last inning.
Wyatt
Definitely,
Miles.
this is a situation where after front row scored 2 in that top of that third, you'd like to be able, obviously, to re-extend that. First pitch, swing and a miss from Miles. Looks like he may have chased a little bit there. Count is at 0-1. Cannons still leading 4-2 in this one. Again, looking to extend their lead. Second pitch is in the zone for a strike. Right on the outside edge. Miles struck out in his first at-bat. Third pitch. A little bit inside for ball 1. Miles will stay alive. Swirsky almost jumps. And another pitch, another strike. Swing and a miss from Wyatt Miles. That will end this half inning. 2 runners stranded. Purcellville leads 4-2.
Valley League Baseball is back, and the Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2023 season. Cannons Baseball is brought to you in part by Sonic Family Chiropractic, Western Loudon Chiropractic, T-Mobile, Banff Customs, Valley Drilling, Flowers Risk Group, Alamon Studio, Fuller Treasures, J.R. Snyder Limited Professional Plumbing Services, Joe Fleming Painting Contractors, Honest Tom's, Hero Homes, 5-Star Bath Solutions, Farm Credit, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service Incorporated, Brian McDonald, Edward Jones. Dental Smiles at Purcellville Gateway. DCF Contracting. Coalition to Salute America's Heroes. Prop Metcalf Services. Climactic Heating and Cooling. Chick-fil-A. Casco. Casa Tequila Bar and Grill. Carrington Homes. Caring Transitions. Burr Strength. Browning Equipment Incorporated. The Bob Canes Team. And Banshee Motor Cars Limited.
And welcome back to historic Fireman's Field in Purcellville, Virginia. Cannons put a goose egg in the bottom of the third, but they still have the lead 4-2 as Carter Ruff comes up to the plate for the Front Royal Cardinals. Ruff struck out in his first at-bat, the designated hitter.
Good night for opening night. It was a little bit warm earlier today. It's supposed to get really hot tomorrow, actually. It's supposed to be in the 90s, I believe.
Indeed, starting to have people turn on their air conditioning.
Try and hold out as long as possible.
Absolutely, as Ruff gets himself ready for his second at-bat.
Now batting, the left fielder, number 24, Cam. Designated hitter, number 7, Carter Ruff.
Quintana fires his first pitch, fouled off right by the Cardinal dugout. Count is at 0-1.
Interesting to see if Quintana can kind of get back into that groove he was really in the first and second after those first two singles.
Quintana's second pitch. Outside for ball one, evens up the count. Quintana fires. And again outside for ball two. Thought James Cameron might call a strike there, but no dice. Quintana delivers, and a swing and a miss from Ruff. Appears there might have been some ever so slight contact.
Yeah, I think it was foul tip there. Umpire gave that kind of off his hand signal for the foul tip.
Indeed. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. And a little bit low. That will be ball three. That will run the count full.
Saw about half the left side of the Cannons infield running over to get that throw. They throw it around the infield.
The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss from Ruff. Gets the first out of the inning for Quintana.
Now batting, the second
That's
baseman,
Daniel's
number
sixth
1.
strikeout of the game, Jack.
Doing an overall solid job so far as Devin Colon, the 9-hole hitter, comes up to the plate. Quintana fires it inside the zone for strike one.
It's one thing that talking to Brett Fuller, he's really looking for. They always have a really good pen. It's those, as you kind of reference, those 5 innings. You give me 5, give me 6, we'll be in good shape.
Quintana delivers. That will be outside the zone for ball one.
That was really a problem for Coach Fuller last year. Just didn't have enough starting pitching. He had to go in that bullpen deeper and kind of ran out late in the season.
Quintana fires the third pitch, fouled off right past the Cannons dugout. Count is at 1-2.
Well, it almost took out our photographer, Angela Cable Johnson. She had to skedaddle out of the way. Ridge Fuller tried to field it.
Quintana fires. Looks like that will be low, a bit outside. Evens up the count at 2-2. Quintana looking all right so far this inning. Fires it off. Oh, potentially just outside the zone. Runs the count full.
Couple groans up here in the booth. Where our broadcast position a little off home plate. Got some folks who are right there. They can see a good look.
Absolutely full count, payoff pitch. Swing and a miss from Cologne. With a grimace after that one. Another strikeout for Quintana as we're coming back around with the leadoff hitter, Anthony Boccio.
That's the 7th strikeout of the game. So we kind of pointed out what Watson's done. Quintana's matching him.
Quintana fires in the zone for strike one. Let's Boccio a little frozen with the off speed. Pitch 2, hit to the second baseman, and Knutson easily able to make that play to Guida, and that will end the top of the 4th. Cannons maintain a lead 4-2.
Valley League Baseball is back, and the Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2023 season. Cannons Baseball is brought to you in part by Sonic Family Chiropractic, Western Loudon Chiropractic, T-Mobile, Banff Customs, Valley Drilling, Flowers Risk Group, Alamon Studio, Fuller Treasures, J.R. Snyder Limited Professional Plumbing Services, Joe Fleming Painting Contractors, Honest Tom's, Hero Homes, 5-Star Bath Solutions, Farm Credit, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service Incorporated, Brian McDonald Edward Jones, Dental Smiles at Purcellville Gateway, DCF Contracting, Coalition to Salute America's Heroes, Prop Metcalf Services, Climactic Heating and Cooling, Chick-fil-A, Casco, Casa Tequila Bar and Grill, Carrington Homes, Caring Transitions, Burr Strength, Browning Equipment Incorporated, the Bob Canes Team, and Banshee Motor Cars Limited.
And welcome back to historic Fireman's Field here in Purcellville, Virginia. A new pitcher coming to the mound for the Front Royal Cardinals, Dallas Harfield, the sophomore from Mechanicsville, Virginia, out of Longwood University.
A couple guys from Longwood on this team. Harefield, one of them. In Mechanicsville, that's, if I believe I'm correct in my Virginia geography, that's in the Richmond area, I think just north. Could be wrong about that.
And again, remember, the pop-up party solution has a disco tent behind third base bleachers.
Bear Horowitz coming up to the plate. Struck out in his first at-bat.
Interesting, Harefield, he's listed at 5'9". Now, I'm a guy who's has been listed at 5'9" before. I'm 5'8", so it'll be interesting to see what his actual height is.
Yeah.
But
the exaggeration of heights, I don't think, not quite as common in baseball as in other sports. Basketball, it's very common, but yeah, definitely some potential questioning there for Harefield. First pitch fouled off right behind the catcher to get the count at 0-1. Not questioning Harefield's velocity, though, still able to hit over 91 miles per hour on that one. Second pitch, again in the zone for strike two. Horowitz already in a hole with an 0-2 count. Pitch number 3. Oh, and a broken bat from Bear Horowitz. Again, grounds out to Cologne. Broken bat does not matter. Play is still made. Again, showing the power of Bear Horowitz.
Yeah, sawed him off on that one. That thing is an interesting one. It kind of split up the middle, and big old barrel came by, and luckily for Harefield, didn't come right at him. Kind of went to his right, and ended up being really a whole bunch of nothing, all things considered. Luckily.
Yeah, I can see that bat going for a decent penny in an auction someday. As the 9-hole hitter, Nakumba Booker, comes up to the plate, actually was the leadoff hitter in the lineup for the exhibition game. As the first pitch, a little high for ball 1.
And Booker in that game. Of course, today, both Brenton, he's joining the team tonight, batting second. Stewart goes up to 1.
Second pitch, again high. Booker already up in the count, 2-0. Booker struck out in his first at-bat. Third pitch, swing and a miss from Booker. Gets Harefield on the board. Count is at 2-1. 1 out, nobody on in the bottom of this 4th inning. Harefield delivers. As we saw, a great hit into right field, and Booker will look for extra, but thinks better of it. Goes back to first for a base hit.
Yeah, Nakumba came out of the box and was thinking 2, and then he kind of stopped and stutter stepped. At that point, he had to get back. Luckily, that throw went all the way through to second base, and really Burwash had no chance to throw behind him, but good to see Nakumba after that strikeout first time up, get a nice solid base hit, some solid contact on that one.
See here now back to the top of the lineup with Caleb Stewart. First pitch is well fouled off. Count is now at 0-1.
Foul ball.
1 out, 1 strike, 1 man at first base. Here at the bottom of the 4th for Caleb Stewart. Harefield delivers. Outside. Evens the count at 1. Harefield with the look in, fires, a swing and a miss from Caleb Stewart, gets the count to 1-2. Again, Stewart with the all blue batting gloves, shoes, shin guard. Another pitch outside the zone, and Booker will look to steal second base and overthrow over the head of Cologne. And Booker will extend that, get himself to third base.
Yeah, Nakumba stealing the base, Jack, and then it was just an airmail throw from Becker. And I didn't think that Nakumba could get up quick enough, but he's got speed, got over there, and actually wasn't really tough of a play. The one thing that kind of was off is it was kind of an awkward-looking slide. He almost kind of went by the bag, had to kind of hold on for dear life.
Yeah, definitely interesting play there. Count is even at 2-2 now. Booker now on third. Harefield delivers. And a big fly out. Becker looking to make the play. And does not. That will get into the grandstand.
Just over the netting. And luckily, I think early on in the season, has no one really sitting in that spot. It's one of the things you don't really think about when you're not at a major league game, that ball can come over that net and hit you. Just don't feel good.
Thankfully there, as you said, no one hit. As you see a couple kids scrambling to get that one. Harefield with the look in, fires. And another swing and a miss from Caleb Stewart will get himself a strikeout. Cannons now down to their final out of this inning with Brinton coming up to the plate.
Left field, Mikey Britton, representing University of Arkansas, Fort Smith.
It's a big here for Mikey. Poke one through, put another run on the board.
Field looking to prevent that with 2 outs. Brinton gets the fly out into shallow left field. And that play will be made by Melissa to end the inning. Cannons still lead 4-2.
Valley League Baseball is back, and the Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2023 season. Cannons Baseball is brought to you in part by Sonic Family Chiropractic, Western Loudon Chiropractic, T-Mobile, Banff Customs, Valley Drilling, Flowers Risk Group, Alamon Studio, Fuller Treasures, J.R. Snyder Limited Professional Plumbing Services, Joe Fleming Painting Contractors, Honest Tom's, Hero Homes, 5-Star Bath Solutions, Farm Credit, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service Incorporated, Brian McDonald, Edward Jones, Dental Smiles at Purcellville Gateway, DCF Contracting, Coalition to Salute America's Heroes, Prop Metcalf Services, Climactic Heating and Cooling, Chick-fil-A, Casco, Casa Tequila Bar and Grill, Carrington Homes, Caring Transitions, Burr Strength, Browning Equipment Incorporated, the Bob Kane's Team, and Banshee Motor Cars Limited.
And welcome back to historic Fireman's Field in Purcellville, Virginia. I've had some time with the play-by-play mic, so now handing it back over to the professional, Jeremy Huber.
Thank you much, Jack. As Front Royal going to bring Burwash, Camp, and Melissa up here in the top of the 5th inning. Cannons with a 4-2 lead. As Daniel Quintana on the mound for another inning, gets through this one, will be in line for the win. Got to get through 5, so here's Burwash, shortstop out of Western Kentucky tonight, and that is going to be inside for a ball. Yeah. First time up, Burwash, actually his first 2 times up, he's ended up with singles.
Yeah, just about to say Burwash looking very hot going into this one.
Here's the 1-0, and that swung on and missed for strike 1. Here comes your 1-1 pitch. That'll be hit to shortstop, knocked down, but no more for Stewart as Swirsky ran over to make sure it didn't kick out into the outfield, but that's a 3-for-3 night for Eli Burwash as he leads off the 5th with a single.
Definitely a strong start to this one. Excuse me. Cardinals now have the potential tying run at the plate.
So over to first base, and back in plenty of time is Burwash. Talked about before, Camp from Longwood. That is located in Farmville, Virginia, across town from my alma mater, Hampden-Sydney College. Here's the pitch. Shows bunt, pulls it back, and Tana misses for ball 1. And Longwood just across town. It's been so long, Jack, I can't really remember, but I think it was about a good 5 to 10 minute drive between campuses. Had a lot of friends that were Lancers. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Runner goes. That's in there for a strike. Throw down and tag applied, but too late. As that base stolen by Burwash, and now he gets himself into scoring position via the steal.
Yeah, and despite the steal attempt being successful, still a solid throw from Jose Torres. Definitely able to rocket that one over, but just get it too much of a head start.
There's not much he could do, like you said there. So 1-1 coming up. Here it is. That's in the dirt as Torres smothers it and sends Burwash sprawling back into second base. Two 2-1 coming up. Checks the runner, comes home. That's going to miss high, so count goes to 3-1 as Quintana trying a lot to not put on the first two men of the inning. He's done that a few times. Actually did it in the first. Put on 3 of the first 4 in the third. 1, 2, 3 inning in the second. He's gotten by with it, but right now with the lead, I prefer it to it not happen. Throw to second base. That's out in the outfield. Well over top of the head of Stewart, and that's going to mean a free base as Burwash into third on the overthrow on the pickoff attempt.
And I think we can see the runners on the base pass starting to get into Quintana's head a little bit in comparison to, say, Rain Watson Jr. He's been looking at those runners at second base, at first base a lot. It seems to kind of be in the back of his mind, getting his focus away from the pitch, or, as we just saw there, airmailing that throw back.
Here's 3-1 pitch. That's hit out to left field. Could be trouble. Booker heading over towards the line. That's going to fall in for a base hit. Could be extra bases, and the throw will not get in. It's cut off by Stewart. As dropped in there by Camp, back-to-back singles. This one an RBI. It's now Cannons 4, Cardinals 3.
So you see here the Cardinals showing a lot of life offensively. That one, very much a bang-bang play right by that line. Booker showing some speed, able to almost get to it. But nonetheless, Cannons now lead at 1.
Might be on the verge of a new pitcher here. As, again, coming out for the chat is pitching coach Steve Ridings, another Cannons alum. Talking last night to him, to Steve, Bill Russatella and I, and Bill asked him, says, what do you do when you go out there and ask for a pitching conference? He goes, sometimes it's simple as take a deep breath. Sometimes it's a little more than that, but again, it's kind of an art sometimes to this. Sometimes it's just, getting the guy to calm down and do what he's supposed to do. So it looks like, does not look like we're going to have a pitching change here.
Yeah, and based on how this game has been going, I'm going to assume, I might speculate that this talk might have been more of a calm yourself down type. See, Quintana's errors mostly mental.
Now batting, third base, number 34, Leewood Melissa.
So Leewood Melissa, third baseman tonight out of UMBC. So far tonight, he's 0 for 2. Grounded out to the pitcher, then struck out. That one back in the third inning. Quintana delivers. That's going to land about 2 feet in front of home plate as Torres blocks it. Keeps it in front, but it will be ball 1. Long look in for Quintana. Comes set. Runner at second base. Not much of a lead. Here's the pitch. That's low. Throw down to second base. Tag put on. He's safe. Wow. Camp got back in and honestly looked like Paul Wills was making that call even before the ball got there.
Yeah, definitely an interesting play there. Camp deciding to test the arm of Jose Torres. Almost turned out to be a huge mistake. Arguably, depending on how you think about the call made by Paul Wills, was a mistake.
2-0 pitch coming up. Here it is. That's hit to shortstop, backhanded by Stewart. Can he get it over in time? He does! What a play by Stewart, deep in the hole to get the first out of the inning.
And that is the type of play you need. Energizing the crowd, energizing your pitcher. This type of play you need for Quintana to get back into the game mentally, for everyone really on the field to get into this game.
Big play there. Also keeping Camp over at second base. Here's Cam Douglas. Here's the pitch. Douglas takes in for a strike.
Definitely see Quintana settling back in a little bit. In terms of his arm, looking good. Velocity maintaining at around very high 80s, low 90s.
Quintana comes set. Camp dancing off second. Here's your 0-1. That's low. Torres smothers it.
And I think we can see Camp trying to play into those mind games a little bit with that dancing. That one more an attempt, I think, to get him off his game mentally as opposed to actually looking for third.
Now this time, Quintana steps off. Douglas, a two-way player at Georgia State, hit .222 in 20 games. Only made one start as a hitter. 12 appearances as a pitcher. He pitched to a 1.62 ERA. That pitch is in there for strike two. Count goes to 1-2. Only pitched 16 innings, but all in relief. But anytime you can put up a 1.62 ERA in in 12 appearances, that's doing something pretty good.
Absolutely. And we see here, of course, this summer league.
And it'll be hit out to second base. Only play is at first. Thrown over in time as Knutson gets it, and Camp moves over to third on the ground out.
Now batting right field.
So I was going to say, really, summer leagues are often an opportunity for guys to try new things. You know, only one appearance as a hitter. You know, you never know going into the summer league. It's a whole different thing. Some guys, you know, you change the situation, you change the player a lot of the time.
Interesting here, Brett Fuller going to go to the bullpen, so Quintana will not qualify for the win. Looks like he's going to go for the left-on-left matchup. We'll tell you who's coming in. Cannon's up 4-3 with 2 outs here in the top of the 5th inning. Cardinals have the tying run on third base. We pause here at Fireman's.
Valley League Baseball is back, and the Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2023 season. Cannons Baseball is brought to you in part by Sonic Family Chiropractic, Western Loudon Chiropractic, T-Mobile, Banff Customs, Valley Drilling, Flowers Risk Group, Alamon Studio, Fuller Treasures, J.R. Snyder Limited Professional Plumbing Services, Joe Fleming Painting Contractors, Honest Tom's, Hero Homes, 5-Star Bath Solutions, Farm Credit, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service Incorporated, Brian McDonald Edward Jones, Dental Smiles at Purcellville Gateway, DCF Contracting, Coalition to Salute America's Heroes, Prop Metcalf Services, Climactic Heating and Cooling, Chick-fil-A, Casco, Casa Tequila Bar and Grill, Carrington Homes, Caring Transitions, Burr Strength, Browning Equipment Incorporated, the Bob Caines Team, and Banshee Motor Cars Limited. New pitcher on for the Cannons. It's another returning Purcellville player. It's Jabari Smith, a left-hander out of Herndon, Virginia. A proud Hornet. 6'2 junior, 213-pound lefty tosser. Smith, last year with the Cannons,
Innings in his third year with the Cannons. His first year with the Cannons in 2021, not that effective. Last year, came on late, pitched in 3 games in the regular season, had a 0.00 ERA. Then in the playoffs, was pretty doggone good there too. Pitched 5 2/3 innings, actually got a win in one of those playoff games. Pitched to a 3.17 ERA. As he actually won the clinching game in relief against Strasburg last year in the 3-game playoff series. Pitched 3 1/3 innings, allowed just 2 hits, no runs, walked 1, struck out 5, as he was darn near dominant in that game that sent the Cannons on to the next round. And Brett Fuller hoping for more of the same from Jabari Smith right here.
Definitely.
As he is in to face the left-handed swinger in Sophie and hopefully get the Cannons through the inning with a lead.
Yeah, definitely Smith with a big legacy already here in Purcellville. As you mentioned, helping with that playoff series win, I believe the first since the Cannons have been in Purcellville.
Yep, you're right. Doing your homework, good job.
I try.
And now batting.
That was big, and he came on in that clinching game. They really didn't have much else, and Jabari got the job done. So here's Sophie. Here's the pitch from Jabari. That's going to be hit out to left field. Going back is Booker, and he's going to make the catch about 20 feet from the wall. And Nakumba had to get on his horse, but he gets there and keeps that tying run off the board. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Cannons up on the Cardinals 4-3.
Valley League Baseball is back, and the Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2023 season. Cannons Baseball is brought to you in part by Sonic Family Chiropractic, Western Loudon Chiropractic, T-Mobile, Banff Customs, Valley Drilling, Flowers Risk Group, Alamon Studio, Fuller Treasures, J.R. Snyder Limited Professional Plumbing Services, Joe Fleming Painting Contractors, Honest Tom's, Hero Homes, 5-Star Bath Solutions, Farm Credit, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service Incorporated, Brian McDonald Edward Jones, Dental Smiles at Purcellville Gateway, DCF Contracting, Coalition to Salute America's Heroes, Prop Metcalf Services, Climactic Heating and Cooling, Chick-fil-A, Casco, Casa Tequila Bar and Grill, Carrington Homes, Caring Transitions, Burr Strength, Browning Equipment Incorporated, the Bob Caines Team, and Banshee Motor Cars Limited.
Guida, Knutson, and Swirsky, your scheduled hitters for the Cannons here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Still on the hill for Front Royal is Harefield. See with the Cannons if they can add on at that big 4 spot in the first. Could not put anything else on the board so far, but meet of the lineup here for Purcellville. See if they can add on.
And again, we have Guida leading off the inning. Good spot to be in here for Purcellville.
So Harefield, a long look in, works out of the stretch even with no one on base. And he delivers. Guida rocks one out to left field. That's going to be a base hit. Guida's second hit of the night. And he is on to lead off the bottom of the 5th.
Yeah, you mentioned that working out of the stretch for Harefield. Definitely do wonders for a mental game to always have that routine. Runners on, no runners. If you always do the same thing, helps you keep yourself in the now.
Here comes Keegan Knutson. Guida not a real run threat over at first base. Knutson almost get hit. Then he kind of shakes his head saying, hey, that was a 74-mile-per-hour breaking ball. I probably should have taken that one off the hip. Easier said than done. An old fogey up here saying that. But I think kind of the look that he gave. Here's your 1-0 pitch. Here it is, fouled off, and ends up hitting the sidewall and rocks back. It's kind of a dangerous area over there. The on-deck circles are next to the dugout, on the side of the dugout, then the wall, which is pretty hard if you're not right behind home plate. There's padding there. So you have to watch for a ricochet and kind of clip you. Guida not much of a lead at all off first base. Here's your 1-1. Swing and a miss. And that one a little outside the zone, and Knutson went fishing.
Now we see their solid movement of the ball there for Harefield. Post pitch.
Harefield looks in. Here's the 1-2. That's going to bounce away, but Guida, again, not a run threat down at first. He stays right where he is on that spiked breaking ball. Cannons next up tomorrow night. They'll take on their rival, the Winchester Royals, here at Fireman's Field. Another 7 o'clock start. Should be a packed house Friday night. Royals coming over the mountain. Always a big crowd. Here's your 2-2. And that's hit the other way. A little bit of flare, and it's in for a base hit. Guida into second. He'll slide in just to make sure. And a pair of singles to start the bottom of the fifth for Purcellville.
And Swirsky in a fantastic position here to help extend this lead.
Gonna have to ask Dan at some point if he's ever gets any Swirsky jokes. The announcer of the Bulls is named Chuck Swirsky, so that's one part. That's not the bigger one. Swirsky awaits first pitch of the at-bat. Here it is, shows bunt, pulls it back, and takes outside for a ball. Have you ever happened to see an old clips of Saturday Night Live, the Superfans? So the late Chris Farley, George Wendt, who was the guy, I know this is way before your time, but the guy, it's a bunch of old guys, big-looking guys wearing Bears gear, all wearing mustaches, talking about Mike Ditka, the former coach and everything. Well, the bar, it was, I don't know if it was Chuck Swirsky's or was it different. It was, the last name was Swirsky. So every time I ever hear, sure, if I ask this to Dan, he's going to look at me like I've got three eyes coming out of my head, but maybe I'll let Coach Fuller do that. He loves that type of thing. So Swirsky steps back in, hoping to make a few super fans tonight with a big hit here. So again, showed bunt earlier. Front Royal bringing their first baseman in. Looks like he'll field, maybe try to get the out at third base on the not so fast Guida. Makes the play, makes the tag. So Swirsky out at first as tag applied by Camp, but does move the two runners along.
Yeah, quite honestly, I'm going to assume that is pretty much exactly what Coach Brett Fuller was looking for. You know, even early on in the season, Swirsky here, not a hit yet, but still more than ready to sacrifice for the team, even this early on.
So Jose Torres up as Front Royal is going to bring the infield in. Guida down at third base as Torres takes for a ball. Yeah, Guida at third base. Knutson is at second. Again, we talked about it before. Guida is not fleet of foot. So again, even on a ball that's kind of mid-range, I don't think he would break for the plate. Ball deep if they, and obviously they wouldn't be playing double play depth because there's no double play chance here. So interesting, Front Royal bringing the infield in. Of course, you're in the fifth inning, so you want to try and keep this thing in a one-run game, but that's going to miss for a ball. Count goes 2-0.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it's definitely a situation where you would prefer Knutson and Guida be switched.
Miles on deck. He struck out twice tonight. Here's the 2-0 as Torres takes, and that's going to be a strike. Here comes the 2-1. Here it is as Torres holds up, and that's going to be now 3-1. See how Front Royal plays this. Only one out. Cannon's up 4-3. So not as simple as just saying, okay, let's kind of not necessarily pitch around, but don't give in here. 3-1 as Jose takes one inside, bent out of the way of it, and that's going to be bases loaded for the Cannons with one out. Chance for the local guy, Wyatt Miles, to come up huge here.
Wyatt Miles, representing Shepherd University.
Torres looking at an 1,000 base or on base percentage here so far. Obviously that big triple, then 2 walks. Definitely looking at an intimidating offensive presence here already this season.
So Miles with a pair of strikeouts right now. Love to make some contact to the outfield. At the very least, he'll do better than that. That gets through. 1 run is in. Misplayed by the right fielder, and he's going to hold him at third base. And no run comes in except for Guida's, but the Cannons do put one on the board. It's now Purcellville 5, Front Royal 3, and Ridge Fuller, I think probably a good stop there, as coming in, it looked like Sophie was going to have a play and probably cut down the runner at the plate, but then he bobbled it, but by that point kind of stopped the runner, said, hey, scramble back.
Yeah, again, you mentioned it's Ryan Guida getting home, now with Harefield with a terrifying proposition. Bear Horowitz at the plate, loaded bases.
Harefield delivers, and Bear takes for ball 1. Nice piece of hitting by Miles. Didn't overthink it, just poked it the other way, put it through for a base hit, picks up an RBI. But you're right, Big Bear up there now. He could really break this one open if he gets his pitch. This park can't hold him as he swings and going for the downs on that one. Evens up the count at 1-1. You know, we talked about that 2-homer game he had against Strasburg last year. They also have some big, tall trees in their field, and hit a ball that it looked like it was going up as it got to those trees. Absolutely walloped it to left field. Long hold. Here's your 1-1, and swing and miss for Horowitz for strike 2. Booker on deck. He singled his last time up. Here's the pitch. That's low in the dirt for ball 2. Dallas Harefield. Long look in. Horowitz with a ground out and a strikeout so far today. Here's the 2-2, and that'll miss up high, so count goes 3-2. Only one out, so runners will not be off on the pitch. Bear, little check swing, going through his swing plane. Trying to make sure he gets, if he gets his pitch, he does damage with it. Here's your 3-2, and swing and a miss for strike 3.
Solid presence of mind there from Harefield. Knowing that Horowitz does like to chase a little bit at things. Getting that one nice and outside, but still close enough to get Bear to chase.
Here comes Nakumba Booker. Booker will try and poke one through, bring in 2 runs. Everyone will be off on the hit with 2 outs. And he will have it bobbled, play at first base, and it's off. Throw was off as Camp went down to a knee to field it, and ends up putting him on base. It'll be ruled a hit as Booker brings one in with the RBI infield single, and the inning continues for the Cannons.
See here the Front Royal infield, just field in general, struggling just a little bit. We've had a couple bobbles. Be costly.
So Knutson scored there. Now a 6-3 ball game for the Cannons. Breaking ball. That almost broke into the zone. Stewart gave up on it. Caught a ball, luckily for him. Torres down at third. Miles at second. Booker on at first. 1-0 pitch. That's hit the other way. That could fall in, and it is a foul ball. Wow, that might have cleared the bases. Called a foul ball. It was very close, but emphatic call by James Clayton behind the plate. So all the runners will head back. And Booker was thinking the whole way, I'm scoring from first on that one no matter what. So back to a 1-1 count for Caleb Stewart. Here's the pitch. Stewart takes outside for a ball, goes to 2-1. Here's the pitch. That's in the dirt. So right now, 3-1 count. Harefield, if he doesn't come across the plate, he's going to go up a run with the base on balls, but gives one too fat for Caleb. Could make him really pay here. Here's the 3-1. Stewart will foul this one off, so count to go full, and the runners will be off on the pitch.
Yeah, I've seen Harefield struggle with some control early on in a couple of these at-bats. But Harefield still with a big chance to end this inning.
Big spot here. There go the runners. Here's the pitch. It's ripped, but right to the shortstop. Burwash makes the catch to end the inning. But Cannons put 2 on the board after 5 complete in Purcellville. It's Cannons 6, Cardinals 3.
Valley League Baseball is back, and the Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2023 season. Cannons Baseball is brought to you in part by Sonic Family Chiropractic, Western Loudon Chiropractic, T-Mobile, Banff Customs, Valley Drilling, Flowers Risk Group, Alamon Studio, Fuller Treasures, J.R. Snyder Limited Professional Plumbing Services, Joe Fleming Painting Contractors, Honest Tom's, Hero Homes, 5-Star Bath Solutions, Farm Credit, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service Incorporated, Brian McDonald, Edward Jones, Dental Smiles at Purcellville Gateway, DCF Contracting, Coalition to Salute America's Heroes, Prop Metcalf Services, Climactic Heating and Cooling, Chick-fil-A, Casco, Casa Tequila Bar and Grill, Carrington Homes, Caring Transitions, Burr Strength, Browning Equipment Incorporated, the Bob Caines Team, and Banshee Motor Cars Limited. Full night in the Valley. We'll start off on our Valley League scoreboard. Winchester coming into town tomorrow. They will come in red hot as they are destroying Culpeper in their inaugural game 11-1. That one in the 7th inning. That could be a run rule candidate, I believe. Actually, may be over now because they did score that 11th run in the 7th, so that should be done, I believe. Also, right now it's Strasburg up on Newmarket by a count of 5-1. That one in the 7th. Harrisonburg and Woodstock
River Bandits up on the Turks 4-3 in the 8th. Waynesboro and Charlottesville down in TJ's town 3-2. Generals up on the Tom Sox. And Covington and Stanton, our last game of the night. Right now, Lumberjacks from Covington leading Stanton 10-1. Had a big 7-run third inning. So, top of the 6th here in Purcellville. Cannons up on the Cardinals 6-3. Becker, Ruff, and Cologne, your scheduled hitters, as Edelman's outside, as Jabari Smith still on the hill for Purcellville.
Yeah, you mentioned Culpepper taking that big loss. You know, coming into your new team coming into a league, you often have to take those lumps.
That is going to get to the backstop inside for a ball, and 2-0 count. So this is exactly what you don't want if you're the Cannons. And now Jose Torres is going to come out. It might have been a cross-up, actually, now that they're talking about it. Make sure they're on the same page with the signals. The good news is, obviously, is that Torres and Jabari worked together some last year. So they kind of know each other a little bit. So that's a good thing. A little pat on the backside with the glove from Torres, and he'll head back to home plate. We'll see if that gets Jabari locked in.
Yeah, Torres with a solid record in that department.
Smith looking home. Here comes your 2-0. That'll be bounced to shortstop. Stewart coming on, throws over, high throw, but Guida able to keep the foot down on the base for outs number 1.
Yeah, we see Stewart there getting that one off of 1 foot. Not sure if that was necessary. Almost Costa looked a little bit inaccurate with Guida having to reach for it, but as you said, play still made.
Seeing Guida over there at first base, really was mostly DH last year, but getting time over, looking pretty good over there. Here's Carter Ruff, tonight's DH for Front Royal. He takes outside for a ball. Of course, we always talk about, always confuses us folks in the booth here, got the Front Royal Cardinals and the Winchester Royals, which I know I'll make that mistake tomorrow night probably, as that breaking ball is going to miss high. So count goes to 2-0. Because, you know, they just have to, the schedule makers had to do that to me to put them back-to-back to make sure that I'll mess it up at some point. Jabari, long look in. Here comes your 2-0. Swing and a miss for strike 1. Jabari winds and fires. Breaking ball. That's in there for strike 2. Again, Smith's got some Bafo stuff. Had some control problems his first year with the Cannons. Here's your 2-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Jabari's first strikeout of the night.
Now batting, second base.
And the second out of the inning as the number 9 hitter, Devin Cologne, coming to the plate. Here's the pitch. That's foul tipped. Not caught, doesn't need to be. Makes count 0-1.
Seeing here Jabari Smith looking like he's settling in.
0-1 pitch, breaking ball. That's in there. I tell you what, Jabari gets that big breaker going. It's tough. That makes it 0-2, 2 outs. Cannons with a 6-3 lead here in the top of the 6th inning. Smith winds, fires, and that bounces in front. Almost hit Cologne. Talked about it before. Jabari from next county over, Fairfax County, coming closer to D.C. for those that aren't familiar with our geography. Here's the 1-2. That's hit out to center field. Well struck, but easy play for Brenton as Mikey makes the catch. chin high for the third out of the inning. 3 up, 3 down go the Cardinals. Head to the bottom of the 6th. Cannons up 6-3. Valley League Baseball is back, and the Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2023 season. Cannons Baseball is brought to you in part by Sonic Family Chiropractic, Western Loudon Chiropractic, T-Mobile, Banff Customs, Valley Drilling, Flowers Risk Group, Alamon Studio, Fuller Treasures, J.R. Snyder Limited Professional Plumbing Services, Joe Fleming Painting Contractors, Honest Tom's, Hero Homes, 5-Star Bath Solutions, Farm Credit, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service Incorporated, Brian McDonald, Edward Jones, Dental Smiles at Purcellville Gateway, DCF Contracting, Coalition to Salute America's Heroes, Prop Metcalf Services, Climactic Heating and Cooling, Chick-fil-A, Casco, Casa Tequila Bar and Grill, Carrington Homes, Caring Transitions, Burr Strength, Browning Equipment Incorporated, the Bob Caines Team, and Banshee Motor Cars Limited. Harefield continues for another inning, his third of work here in the bottom of the 6th, as Front Royal trying to keep the Cannons within 3. Purcellville up 6-3. Jeremy Huber, Jack Hughes with you tonight.
A reminder, ladies and gentlemen,
Purcellville will
Winchester coming in tonight, tomorrow night.
bring Mikey Brenton, Ryan Guida, and Keegan Knutson. Cannons almost batted around, brought 8 to the plate in the 5th,
Now batting,
scored 2 runs.
11, Mikey Britton.
Quick step off by Harefield. Now he's back in. Mikey in as well. Deliberate worker as he'll deliver. That's in for a strike to Mikey. Here's the 0-1. That's swung on and missed for strike 2. Guido on deck. Britton again, his 3rd season as a Cannon. A couple different schools he's been through. Brett Fuller, big fan though. 0-2. Breaking ball misses outside. Count at 1-2. Brenton was at Western Oklahoma, I believe, the 2022 college season. 1-2 pitch. That's hit out to right center field. Going back, and this one's out of here. Mikey Britton goes deep to that inviting right center power alley. Puts another one on the board. It's Purcellville 7, Front Royal 3.
It's the first long ball.
Mikey Britton, his first Cannon's first home run of the season. As you mentioned in that oh so juicy right power alley.
Very inviting. Britton had 3 homers last season, won his first year in Purcellville, but a good one to do on opening night when everyone's out here. Mikey goes deep, makes it a 7-3 game. Here's Ryan Guida. Harefield delivers. That's going to be on the outside corner for strike 1. 0-1. Guida takes. That's going to miss outside. Makes count 1-1.
And we see big moment for Harefield, as is the case for any pitcher after giving up a home run. How do you recover mentally?
Here's your 1-1. Guida takes. That's going to be a ball. And Guida's got a great batting eye, and obviously back in the Valley, umpires know him, so I always feel like you get that little benefit of the doubt sometimes, one of those pitches that you spit on. Here's Harefield. Comes set, nobody out. Cannon's up 7-3. Pitch, Guida up the middle. That's a base hit. Third hit of the night for Ryan Guida.
Now batting.
Cannons have put the first two men on in the inning. Of course, Brenton went all the way around on his own with the home run.
Yeah, the situation here looking a little bit hairy for Harefield. Looking like we, depending on how Knutson does here, potentially the next couple batters, we may be looking at a third pitcher for these Cardinals.
Definitely some action in the bullpen. Knutson stands in. Harefield delivers, shows bunt, pulls it back, and takes a ball. And that one wasn't a called bunt, but right now you got Melessa playing somewhat deep at third base. He's inched in a little bit, but maybe Knutson thinking lays one down, able to beat it out. Here's the 1-0. That's hit up the middle, could be two, and it's booted, steps on second anyway, and he still gets the double play. Wow, no, he isn't. They say he didn't step on the bag. Wow. I can't believe that call. He's telling him right now, he said, look, I picked the ball up with it. There's no way. Honestly, that's, again, we're the Cannons announcers, but it's unfathomable, and that's exactly what Burwash is saying. He's saying, why would I not step on the bag and throw the ball over? It makes no sense.
Yeah. Yeah, definite, I would say, miscue there from Paul Wills. He's having a conversation.
Again, I mean, it's Burwash is saying, he's like, look, I wouldn't throw the ball over until I stepped on the bag. The only thing I could be thinking that the umpire is saying that he just missed the bag completely, which is kind of he made, but Burwash is saying, look, I stepped on the bag. That's why I threw the ball, because I got the out already. Yeah, that's a tough one. Let's see if the Cannons can take advantage of the good luck here. Should have been a double play, nobody on base. Instead, Guida is standing down at second.
Yeah. Clint Marsh definitely not happy with that one.
Coach Marsh kept it under control more than some. So that brings up Swirsky. Pitch, that misses way outside, but Becker able to snag it, not let it get to the backstop. So Knutson grounds out 6-3, shortstop to first. Guida advances down to second on the play. And that's going to be dribbled over to shortstop. And a throw over and not in time off the bag. Then a bluff throw by Camp. So good play by Burwash to keep it in the infield, keep Guida from advancing. And Guida kind of talking to Ridge Fuller right now. He's like, look, if I go on that, he's going to throw in front of me. That was the lone play, though I wonder if Melessa might have kind of drifted off the bag. But going to be an infield single, so that puts Swirsky on via the hit for the first time tonight. His first time on base, actually. No, excuse me, his second time on base.
Yep. That walk in the second at-bat. Torres, though, this one would not be his first time on base. He's gotten on base every single time at-bat for that big triple and 2 walks.
Torres with a chance to blow this one wide open as Jose takes for a strike. Pair of walks and a triple that brought in 2. Misplay by the right fielder. Got by him all the way to the fence. 0-1. Jose takes. That's strike two. Little head shake. Didn't like the call per se, but not going to get bent out of shape about it. Wyatt Miles on deck.
Yeah, Torres, I would say not quite the type of guy to get bent out of shape about those types of things.
0-2 pitch. That is going to be in there for a strike. Torres takes it, kind of nods his head as he walks away. And looks like we're going to have a pitching change for Front Royal. Go up against Wyatt Miles. Bottom of the sixth, Cannons have one in on the Brenton home run. They'd like to add a few more. We have a pitching change in Purcellville. We'll tell you who it is after this.
Valley League Baseball is back, and the Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2023 season. Cannons Baseball is brought to you in part by Sonic Family Chiropractic, Western Loudon Chiropractic, T-Mobile, Banff Customs, Valley Drilling, Flowers Risk Group, Alamon Studio, Fuller Treasures, J.R. Snyder Limited Professional Plumbing Services, Joe Fleming Painting Contractors, Honest Tom's, Hero Homes, 5-Star Bath Solutions, Farm Credit, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service Incorporated, Brian McDonald, Edward Jones, Dental Smiles at Purcellville Gateway, DCF Contracting, Coalition to Salute America's Heroes, Prop Metcalf Services, Climactic Heating and Cooling, Chick-fil-A, Casco, Casa Tequila Bar and Grill, Carrington Homes, Caring Transitions, Burr Strength, Browning Equipment Incorporated, the Bob Caines Team, and Banshee Motor Cars Limited.
New pitcher on, it's Peyton Fisher, the 6'2 left-hander out of Kings Mountain, North Carolina. Fisher at a high point, did not pitch for them this year. Interestingly enough, Fisher's brother, Bryce, did play for Front Royal last year, so bros getting together down in Front Royal, and we'll see if the younger of the Fisher brothers can get Front Royal out of this inning, only down by 4.
Now you mentioned there, definitely, I don't know from experience, just having it be you, your brother in baseball. I'd say Peyton's probably feeling pretty good right now.
I see play at 2 different schools. Fisher, Peyton at High Point, Bryce at North Carolina Asheville. So, but, probably a good thing. Parents say, hey, we got 2 D1 kids. They're about the same ability. Hey, can you guys go play in the same league? We can come see you maybe. Come on up.
Yeah.
Of course, at historic Bing Crosby Field. Yes, that Bing Crosby. That's the Front Royal Stadium is named after. Should have been more prepared. I could have gotten into the deep story on that. But basically, if I remember correctly, it's Bing Crosby. There was a fundraiser of some sort that Bing Crosby, I think, lived or vacationed down there a lot and helped them get the money to build the stadium. It's a nice little field down there, one of the better Valley League facilities. So here comes Wyatt Miles as Fisher tries to get the Cardinals out of this as he misses outside for ball 1. One 0 count. Here's the pitch as Miles takes on the inside corner. Wyatt thought it was inside and kind of pulled the hands back, but called a strike. Guida down at second base. Swirsky on at first. Here's the 1-1. Miles takes. They say he does not go around, so counts goes to 2-1. Horwitz on deck. Wyatt, of course, after 2 strikeouts to start the game. RBI single. Last inning. 2-1. That misses way outside off the glove of Becker. Off the netting, and he had to go retrieve it, but that moves both runners up, so good for the Cannons. If Miles can poke one through, very good chance at 2 runs.
See here, Cannons again in a similar position here with Guida and Luke Knudsen on both in scoring position at second and third. See if they can capitalize this time.
3-1 pitch. That misses way outside, and it's going to bounce back. No runner coming, but Wyatt's going to head on down to first base.
Now batting.
Bases are loaded.
Number 77.
As
Bear
here comes the big bear.
Representing University of North Carolina.
This is the one thing, Jack, that you kind of worry about. Obviously, Fisher's had trouble locating here. He's thrown 2 to the backstop.
Yep.
Does he take a little bit off? And if he does Bear put it halfway to Round Hill? I guess the way that's going, we're talking maybe more somewhere the other way.
Yeah.
I got to get my geography exactly right. Maybe more Hamilton, I guess. Here's the pitch, and he hits one. It's not going to get to Hamilton, but it's going to one-hop off the wall. 1 run is in. 2nd run is in. Horowitz headed into second with a stand-up double. Big Bear clobbers one, puts 2 more on the board. Cannons now lead it 9-3.
It's a double down wings at the Purcellville Pub.
And that right there is what Fisher was most likely afraid of. I mean, obviously outside of a grand slam, that is on the list of things that could have happened at that at-bat. So Cannon's definitely happy with that one.
And that's the thing, Jack. You look at it, I mean, he did crunch that ball. He just didn't get it off the air. He hit it so hard, had no chance of getting out, but still brings 2 runs in. That'll miss outside to Booker. So Miles down at third base, Horowitz at second, and Booker at the plate.
Again, big moment here for Fisher.
1-0 pitch as Nakuma takes. That's going to be a ball. So the other thing this brings into play, and we do have confirmation that Winchester Culpeper game did end via 10-run mercy rule. Cannons put some more runs on the board. That's going to be a possibility. Instituted that rule last year. That'll miss up, so now 3-0. Again, you have to play 7 complete to get that in, or if the visiting team is the team trailing, be over after 6.5. But .3-0 pitch as Booker will take for ball 4. So the Cannons, again with the bases loaded.
Shortstop, number 2, Caleb.
Here comes Caleb Stewart.
Representing Georgia State University.
Getting that rule instituted. Think smartly by the Valley. Get some time, especially late in the season where pitching just kind of falls apart on you.
Yep.
You get some of these blowouts. You want to save some arms if you can. Kind of speed the games up too if you can.
Absolutely, especially as the game is moving more and more in the direction.
Stewart takes for a strike.
Said game moving more in the direction of conserving those arms as much as humanly possible.
Yep. And it is a huge thing in baseball right now. So many arm issues. And there's a myriad of reasons for it, but take a little wear and tear off those guys. 0-1 pitch as Stewart can't hold up, and he rung up for strike 2. Still got a strike to work with, but finally seeing Fisher kind of zero in a little bit.
A solid fortitude here from Fisher.
Here's your 0-2 as he misses outside for ball one. Britton's on deck. He started the inning with the leadoff homer. Mikey'd love another shot at it. Right now, Stewart's got to do some work. Down 1-2 in the count, 2 outs, bases loaded. Cannon's up 9-3. Here's the pitch as Stewart will swing and miss for the third out of the inning. But Cannon's put 3 more on the board. After 6 complete, it's Purcellville 9, Front Royal 3. Valley League Baseball is back, and the Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2023 season. Cannons Baseball is brought to you in part by Sonic Family Chiropractic, Western Loudon Chiropractic, T-Mobile, Banff Customs, Valley Drilling, Flowers Risk Group, Alamon Studio, Fuller Treasures, J.R. Snyder Limited Professional Plumbing Services, Joe Fleming Painting Contractors, Honest Tom's, Hero Homes, 5-Star Bath Solutions, Farm Credit, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service Incorporated, Brian McDonald Edward Jones, Dental Smiles at Purcellville Gateway, DCF Contracting, Coalition to Salute America's Heroes, Prop Metcalf Services, Climactic Heating and Cooling, Chick-fil-A, Casco, Casa Tequila Bar and Grill, Carrington Homes, Caring Transitions, Burr Strength, Browning Equipment Incorporated, the Bob Caines Team, and Banshee Motor Cars Limited. Welcome back to Fireman's Field. Jabari Smith still on the hill, back in for some play-by-play. Here's my partner, Jack Hughes.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Purcellville Cannons looking to tie this one up with a bow, currently leading 9-3. Jabari Smith on the mound, giving some pitches to catcher Brennan Hudson. Looks like he will be in for Jose Torres.
Interesting. Well, hopefully Jose's not injured in any way.
Yeah, my guess in this situation would be that they want to give Hudson some reps in this situation. I believe definitely did not see anything from Torres that would indicate he is injured. Smith delivers. Low for ball one. Taken by Anthony Baccio, leadoff hitter for these Cardinals. Baccio currently 1 for 3. Smith delivers pitch number 2, a little bit high. Baccio now up in the count, 2-0. Smith in the inside corner of the zone for strike 1. Smith getting on the board. Delivers and fouled off by Baccio right around the middle of that bat. Count is even at 2-2. Smith fires. The fastball is just outside. Count runs full. Fires. And Baccio flies one into mid right field. And the catch is made by Horowitz for the first out of this inning.
Jack, you're actually right, because it's so short out there. Everything's shallow right field. You want to say, oh, it's near the fence, but it's actually not that far out there. So
now batting, shortstop, number 17, Eli Burnish.
Eli Burwash looking to continue his hit streak. He's had 3 singles so far in his 3 at-bats. Smith fires. Looks like that one will be inside for ball 1.
Yeah, honestly, if not for that controversial play at second base, Burwash would be having a heck of a night.
Smith fires. That one will be on the inside part of the zone to even up the count at 1-1. Fires. That one again will be on the inside part of the zone. Count is now at 1-2. Smith delivers, and Burwash will hit that well foul. He will stay alive. Count still at 1-2.
And Guida gave chase on it, and Ryan kind of figured out that it wasn't going to have a shot at it, so.
Smith looking to end Burwash's hot streak. And he have a drop third strike, but Hudson able to make the heads up play, gets it to Guida, and Burwash will be thrown out.
It's always interesting on that play, depending where it is. You kind of get the inside or outside call where the first baseman goes either way. Looked like he kind of may just threw it over the top there, but Guida able to hang with it. That's the one thing. Ryan plays first base, maybe more of a DH type guy. Make that play. Good job by both guys.
Heads up baseball as Smith delivers one, gets it to the outside part of the zone. Count is at 0-1 for Front Royal, as again on the inside part of the zone, that is indeed Drew Camp. Excuse me. Smith fires the 0-2. That one will be on well outside. Count is now at 1-2. Camp brought in a run with his last at-bat. That one will be low. Not quite able to be swallowed by Hudson. That will be ball 2. Count is now even. 2-2 with 2 outs. No one on base for the Cardinals. Smith fires. Hit to the second baseman, and play is going to easily be made to end the inning. Knutson to Guida there. That connection strong as ever. Cannons lead 9-3.
Valley League Baseball is back, and the Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2023 season. Cannons Baseball is brought to you in part by Sonic Family Chiropractic, Western Loudon Chiropractic, T-Mobile, Banff Customs, Valley Drilling, Flowers Risk Group, Alamon Studio, Fuller Treasures, J.R. Snyder Limited Professional Plumbing Services, Joe Fleming Painting Contractors, Honest Tom's, Hero Homes, 5-Star Bath Solutions, Farm Credit, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service Incorporated, Brian McDonald Edward Jones, Dental Smiles at Purcellville Gateway, DCF Contracting, Coalition to Salute America's Heroes, Prop Metcalf Services, Climactic Heating and Cooling, Chick-fil-A, Casco, Casa Tequila Bar and Grill, Carrington Homes, Caring Transitions, Burr Strength, Browning Equipment Incorporated, the Bob Caines Team, and Banshee Motor Cars Limited.
It's the bottom of the 7th here at Fireman's Field in Purcellville, Virginia. We just You just missed Bill Russatella giving his rendition of Take Me Out to the Ball Game, putting his heart and soul into that one. Peyton Fisher still on the mound for the Front Royal Cardinals, looking to shut out this Cannons shutting down these Cannons bats, giving his hitters a chance to make this comeback. Cannons currently lead the game by 6 runs, 9-3.
So remember, just as our game going a little long tonight, but maybe some wishful thinking, Cannons score 4 here, game would end, as there is the 10-run rule in effect. Of course, again, I know the Cardinals very capable of coming back, so I know Brett Fuller, if you get a chance, he'd love to rest some pitchers, put some runs up here, and go home.
You said it, Mikey Brinton up to the plate and was almost clipped by that one well inside, but no contact made. That will be ball 1. Of course, Brinton homered in his last at-bat. Second pitch, a little high, not quite able to be handled by Becker. Count is at 2-0. Lefty again delivers. And again high and inside. Brinton is ahead in the count, 3-0.
Can't see all the way down the line. Doesn't look like there's anybody working in the Front Royal bullpen, but we've seen so far Fisher struggle with that control.
Fisher fires. That one well inside the zone. Count is now at 3-1. Fisher fires, and that one will, nope, that one will be high. Brinton taking a little bit of a pause to take off his shin guards. That will be, as I said, that will be a walk for Mikey Brinton. That brings Ryan Guida up to the plate. He's had a couple singles this evening. Cannon's in a good position, man on first, no outs. Fisher fires well outside, and Brinton will easily be able to trot over to second base. Guida also ahead in the count now, 1-0.
That's just a helpless feeling, Jack, when you're the catcher and your pitcher misses like that. You just can't do anything. You want to try and get a glove on it, but there's just no chance to get out of your crouch and get that ball.
Yeah, certain limitations, certain things you have to you cannot expect as Fisher delivers. Guida bloops one out to just outside the infield. Play is easily made.
Second base, number 12, Keegan Knutson.
Brinton remains at second base.
Yeah, that one sounded a lot better than it was. It sounded like he made good contact, but just really a pop-up that Camp just had to make sure he got back on. Didn't get as high as some pop-ups do.
You know, that little blooper will put Keegan Knutson up to the plate with 1 out, man on second. Fisher fires and fouled off by Knutson. Brinton taking an ever so slight lead. Excuse me, looking to extend it. Fisher fires. And there seems to be some confusion as it looked like the pitch may have clipped Knutson, but umpire says no, it did not, and looks like Brinton will be able to make his way over to third base unimpeded.
Yeah, they had a quick conversation there, a little smile from Knutson. He's saying, I thought it hit me, or
It didn't. I just want to hit. Who knows?
Yeah. Fisher fires. Knutson grounds it over to the shortstop, and play is made at first base. Kemp able to extend, make the catch. But in the process, Brinton was driven in. Cannons now lead 10-3.
Had the infield back. Just good piece of hitting there and just get the productive out. Knutson got it, and he gets an RBI for his troubles, his second of the game.
Cannons in a solid position here with Swirsky up to the plate. Bases empty, 2 outs. That one on the outside edge of the zone for strike 1. Off speed, Swirsky taking the breath. Fisher fires. That one a little bit high, potentially a little bit inside for ball 1. Count is even. Fisher delivers. And again high. Swirsky now ahead in the count, 2-1. Fisher fires, and again high. That one a little bit outside as well. Swirsky ahead 3-1. Lights shining down on Fireman's Field. Fisher delivers, and again high. Swirsky tosses his bat down, trots over to first base.
Just looks like that release point, just can't find it. Everything, he tries to put a little pep on it, it goes up and away. And Hoyas, see, I did one already. One of my other million teams I call. Cannons go ahead and have a man on and put one more on. They got a shot at maybe ending this thing via the run rule this inning.
Strong potential here. Hudson now coming up to the plate. Fisher fires, and again high. Hudson ahead in the count, 1-0. Fisher struggling, as you said, to find that control. Consistently delivering a bit high. Fires, and again a bit high. Hudson ahead in the count, 2-0. It's up to Fisher here to see if he can reset. Fires. And a broken bat, but not a lot to show for it as it dribbles down a bit of the first base line, goes foul.
Yeah, I think he just cracked it on the handle, maybe a little bit farther up. Brett Fuller gave it a quick check, but we saw Hudson just immediately walk right into the dugout to get himself a new bat. That's the one thing about these wood bat leagues. It can be a little expensive. You start breaking bats. It's the second broken bat tonight for the Cannons, as we saw the one that just shattered for Horowitz earlier. This one a little bit more of a hairline crack, but a crack nonetheless.
Yeah, you only hope you can recover some revenue selling those bats at auction. Again, Hudson fouls it off. That one well beyond front row dugout. Count is even at 2-2.
Got some deals going on up here.
Fisher looks at Swirsky. Delivers. That one again high. Count runs full. Swirsky sidling over, taking a slight lead off first base. Payoff pitch. Hit into shallow left field, and the play is made by Douglas to end the inning. Cannons lead 10-3.
Valley League Baseball is back, and the Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2023 season. Cannons Baseball is brought to you in part by Sonic Family Chiropractic, Western Loudon Chiropractic, T-Mobile, Banff Customs, Valley Drilling, Lowers Risk Group, Alamon Studio, Fuller Treasures, J.R. Snyder Limited Professional Plumbing Services, Joe Fleming Painting Contractors, Honest Tom's, Hero Homes, 5-Star Bath Solutions, Farm Credit, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service Incorporated, Brian McDonald, Edward Jones, Dental Smiles at Purcellville Gateway, DCF Contracting, Coalition to Salute America's Heroes, Prop Metcalf Services, Climactic Heating and Cooling, Chick-fil-A, Casco, Casa Tequila Bar and Grill, Carrington Homes, Caring Transitions, Burr Strength, Browning Equipment Incorporated, the Bob Kane's Team, and Banshee Motor Cars Limited.
And welcome back to historic Fireman's Field in Purcellville, Virginia. The Purcellville Cannons lead the Front Royal Cardinals 10-3 at the top of the 8th. Cardinals down to their last 6 outs in this one. See Leewood Melessa coming up to the plate. Has yet to get himself a hit in this one. Will likely need to do so if the Cardinals want to get back into this.
Going to be interesting to see because this is going to be Jabari Smith. He finished off the 5th getting the fly out. This is going to be his really 3rd full inning of work. Do have a couple guys kind of getting loose down there, but not really throwing hard. I would think Jabari, especially the way he's throwing, he might have to be lined up for some more late inning type situations as opposed to a long man, though. Again, he's shown he can do it right here.
Third base, number 34.
Absolutely.
Melissa.
Yeah, Smith with the look in. His first pitch. Swing and a miss from Melessa. That one just a bit outside his range. Count is at 0-1. Second pitch. That one outside, a little bit low. Count is even at 1-1. Smith, well inside on that one, gets it to 2-1. The look in, fires. That one almost outside, but Melessa swings at it, gets it with the tip of his bat, fouls it off. Gets it to right around the Cannons dugout. Smith delivers the 2-2. That one low, had to be handled by Hudson. Count runs full. Smith fires. Melessa gets it into center field. And a good bit from the back wall. Brinton makes the play, gets well under it.
Left fielder, Cam Douglas.
Smith gets his first out of the inning.
We'll be doing your 50-50 raffle between the top
It's been a mix. Jabari's got some contact on the ground, got some stuff in the air, got some strikeouts, but he really has kept this whole Front Royal lineup off balance.
Definitely well balanced in his deliveries. First pitch of this one. outside. Cam Douglas takes the ball to make the count 1-0. Smith fires. Douglas thinks about swinging at that one, but thinks better of it. Delivery is low. Count is at 2-0.
Yeah, almost offered at it, but held up.
Smith delivers. Douglas! Some great contact, and it looks like that will be out of here. See ya bye. Cam Douglas gets the Cardinals their 4th run with a homer right around past center field.
Number 10, Zach.
Yeah, this year at Georgia State, he did not have any homers. Again, limited as a bat, more as a pitcher, but he did get a hold of that one, and boy, he put it out in a deep part of this park.
And definitely no questions asked. That one was some big contact. Smith fires well inside against Sophie. Count is at 1-0. 1 out, base is empty. Smith delivers, and Sophie bloops one into the infield, but Guida able to make the play on his knees. 2 outs for these Cannons in the top of the 8th.
Guida's a fan favorite around here. He just kind of doffed his cap to somebody down the line. Again, he's a really good kid, and everyone loves him around here, and I'm glad to see him doing some good things, especially in the field. We know the bat's good, but the glove too.
Absolutely. Smith fires against Becker. Becker does not take that one. Ball. Count is at 1-0. Second pitch is well within the zone. Evens the count at 1-1. Smith delivers. And Becker with some contact in right by second base. But Stewart, the shortstop, able to make the play. Smith almost got that one, but no matter, play still made. Cannons now lead 10-4. Middle of the 8th.
Valley League Baseball is back, and the Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2023 season. Cannons Baseball is brought to you in part by Sonic Family Chiropractic, Western Loudon Chiropractic, T-Mobile, Banff Customs, Valley Drilling, Flowers Risk Group, Alamon Studio, Fuller Treasures, J.R. Snyder Limited Professional Plumbing Services, Joe Fleming Painting Contractors, Honest Tom's, Hero Homes, 5-Star Bath Solutions, Farm Credit, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service Incorporated, Brian McDonald Edward Jones, Dental Smiles at Purcellville Gateway, DCF Contracting, Coalition to Salute America's Heroes, Prop Metcalf Services, Climactic Heating and Cooling, Chick-fil-A, Casco, Casa Tequila Bar and Grill, Carrington Homes, Caring Transitions, Burr Strength, Browning Equipment Incorporated, the Bob Caines Team, and Banshee Motor Cars Limited.
And welcome back to historic Fireman's Field in Purcellville, Virginia. A new pitcher on the mound for the Front Royal Cardinals is Ethan Atkinson, the lefty from Western Kentucky. Takes the mound for this one, as we see Clint Marsh having a conversation with the umpire here.
Another Western Kentucky ball player.
Yep, junior from Tripoli, Florida.
And ladies and gentlemen, remember to show up tomorrow night for the Winchester Worlds. Games open at 5:30. Game starts at 7. Again, bring your love, bring your fans, bring your family.
Atkinson,
Show up to the Fireman's Field.
standing at 6'2", 200 pounds, getting some practice pitches in, clocking it at around 88 miles an hour. Ridge Fuller, third base coach for the Purcellville Cannons, getting some words in with the Cardinal coaching staff.
Looks like Atkinson is headed to Western Kentucky this year. If my Twitter reads right, was previously at Calhoun College. You see that so much nowadays, guys moving around different schools and trying to get opportunities just to get out there and show what they can do. And obviously, good chance for him. Play for Western Kentucky and hopefully impress some folks and see what he can do here in the Valley. It's also interesting, Jack, talking to some folks that this is really fueled. You'll see now in D1 a lot of D3 and D2 guys jumping up because they come to summer leagues, really blow up against good competition, get on the radar of those good D1 schools.
Absolutely, that's what they're looking to do a lot of the time. A lot of players have seen success. Wyatt Miles up to the plate. That's Atkinson's first matchup. And Becker immediately taking time to have a conversation with Atkinson. Make sure they're on the same page. See a quick bump of the gloves. See Miles getting himself ready. Becker trots back to behind home plate. Atkinson winds up his first delivery. Well high, well outside the zone for ball one. Atkinson with the long look in. Fires. Well inside. Miles had to dodge out of the way of that one. Count is at 2-0. Long looking again. Atkinson fires. Miles with a swing and a miss. Atkinson on the board. Count is at 2-1.
Coming up on the 3-hour mark, Jack. Started officially at 7:03.
Atkinson, the delivery, and again a swing and a miss from Miles. Count is even at 2-2. I mentioned here Cannons looking for vengeance. This right around this time last year, June 3rd, Cannons headed to Bing Crosby Stadium for their 2022 season opener. Lost the shootout 9-15. Atkinson fires. That one a bit low, bit outside. Count runs full.
I want to hear it. I want to hear you, dog.
I'll say Cannons struggled a bit against Front Royal last year. 2-4 overall over the course of that 2022 season. Looking to start the matchup off on the right foot this year. Payoff pitch. Another swing and a miss from Wyatt Miles. All three strikes swinging.
Representing University of North Carolina.
Horowitz coming up to the plate, one out, base is empty. See if he can do any better against Atkinson. You have a fan betting that Horowitz can't hit it out of the park as Atkinson fires one high for ball one.
Yeah, again, if he'd lifted the one he hit last time, that's out of the ballpark. He just hit it on a line, really one-hop the fence. But he mashed it.
Indeed, Atkinson again outside. Horowitz up 2-0 in the count. Yeah, though, in order to put that type of lift on it, Horowitz will need to see a pitch that looks juicy to him. Has not seen that yet. That one inside the zone for strike one. Horowitz still ahead in the count 2-1. Atkinson has solid velocity, hanging around 90 miles an hour. Horowitz with a swing and a miss. That one a bit outside. Looked like he might have chased. Count is at 2-2. Atkinson with a long look in. Fires. And Horowitz was a good dribbler into the shortstop. And tag looked like it was almost applied, but Camp not able to make the play. Horowitz gets the base hit.
Nakuba Booker Jr. representing Montreat College.
Burwash fielding the play cleanly, getting a solid throw, but Camp unable to apply the tag. Horowitz gets to first base, which puts the 9-hole hitter Nakumba Booker in a great situation. 1 out, man on first base. Booker with taking the first pitch low. Booker with looking like a 750 on base percentage tonight. 2 hits, an RBI, and a walk. Atkinson looking and throwing to Horowitz at first base. But Bear able to get back more than in time. Atkinson with the long look in. The 1-0. Booker swing and a miss. Count is at 1-1, 1 out. Cannons still leading 10-4. What we see here, potential here for, just mentioned that 10-run rule to conserve some arms would obviously be very nice for these Cannons. Atkinson with the long looking. Fires inside, ball 2. Change up there, 2-1 count now. Bear sidling up, taking his lead off first. Booker with another swing and a miss. Count is even at 2. Cannons offense doing good so far, but again, still seeing some problems. A lot of big swing and miss guys. Looks at Horowitz at first. Fires. That one well inside. Bounces off the glove. Horowitz. Excuse me.
Looks like Jackson Delena's come on as a pinch runner.
Yeah, excuse me. Delena, as that mentioned, that pinch runner. Yep, coming to second base easily after that one. Count is run full. Apologies. Delena taking his lead off of second. Atkinson. Look back to Delena a couple times. Payoff pitch is outside the zone. Booker will work a walk. And we are again back around. Caleb Stewart coming to the plate for the 6th time this match. Atkinson again looking at second. Fires. Stewart dodging out of the way of that one. Delivery is high, ball 1. Atticusson delivers, and Stewart gets a grounder well past second base into center field. That will be extra bases, potential play at the plate, but Delena coming back and some confusion there. Booker will be tagged out, and Stewart will make his way over to second base.
Yeah, stop sign came up, or maybe he stopped on his own, but Booker came through, and at that point it was dead bird, so the Cannons did the smart thing. Two guys go to the bag, they tag them both, the back runner's out, so it ends up being not two, because sometimes you see the offensive team panic, one guy gets off, they get both in a rundown, end up getting them both, at least they only give the one out.
Yeah, definitely an interesting play there. Two runners in scoring position with Brinton up to the plate. First pitch, high. Ball one. Atticusson fires. That one a bit outside.
And one of the reasons, Jack, that's a tough play there, as you kind of referred to it with the run rule. You know, if you score a run there, you're looking at, you know, having two shots, one of them with Guida coming up, maybe knocking in 4 runs, getting out of here early.
Absolutely. The 2-0 pitch is swung at by Brinton. We'll get the count to 2-1.
And again, you know, say, okay, it's only one run, it's only one inning. Well, that's one guy you don't have to pitch tonight. Maybe he pitches tomorrow against Winchester. Maybe he pitches on Saturday. You know, those type of things can kind of add up.
And Brinton fouls off the next pitch. Gets the count even at 2-2. So it's oftentimes, as a spectator, it might be difficult to see this early in the season. But once you get to July, once you get into the playoff picture starts to set, and you're really starting to think about, oh, what if we could conserve more arms? Atticusson, the 2-2 pitch. Brinton gets one past the second baseman into right field, looking to drive in two, and he does. Delena and Stewart both driven in on a base hit by Brinton.
First base,
Cologne, second baseman for the Cardinals, not quite able to get there. And the run rule man himself, Ryan Guida, coming up to the plate. Cannons lead 12-4. Twelve runs off 15 hits in this matchup. Atticusson fires. That one dropped by Becker, but a strike nonetheless. Atticusson looks at Brinton at first. Delivers. And Guida gets it well over second base into center field. And Brinton thinks about more, but doesn't. A base hit for Ryan Guida.
Now batting second base, number 12, Keegan Knutson.
Ken Guida has come out just like he finished up last year. A 4-hit night for the hitman, Ryan Guida.
Yep, 2 runs scored. Keegan Knutson coming up to the plate.
It looks like Brett Fuller is going to bring in a pinch runner for Guida.
It looks like we'll have MJ Rodriguez out there.
Now pinch running for Ryan Guida, number 34, MJ Rodriguez.
Atticusson, long look in. Looks at Brinton at second. The 0-1 pitch. Blooped up into well foul. That one did sound a lot better than it was. Sounded like it may have gone somewhere, but nope. Well foul. Count is at 0-1. 2 outs. Atticusson delivers. Knutson getting out of the way of that one, well inside for ball 1. Count is evened. Atticusson with the long look in. Looks at Britton at second. Fires the 1-1. Gets in the zone. Count is at 1-2. We've seen Atticusson doing that double take a number of times. A couple of base runners. But looking like he is maintaining some composure nonetheless. Fires. That went inside. Evens the count at 2. Knudsen with a couple mini hops. Looks like he might have thought he could have gotten a piece of it. Rodriguez taking a big lead off of first. Fires. That one high will run the count full, 3-2. Atticusson looking to extend this one. Fires the payoff pitch and fouled off by Knudsen. Right into that netting. Rodriguez trotting back to first base, took as much of a head start. Would have wanted. 2 outs. Runners on first and second. Atticusson, the payoff pitch outside. And that will load the bases for number 27, Dan Swirsky, coming up to the plate. Third baseman has not had a bad day himself. 2 walks and a single in this one. 2 outs, bases loaded. Swirsky takes the pitch high. First ball, 1-0. Cannons lead 12-4 in this one. Atticusson fires, and again inside for ball 2. Swirsky up in the count early, 2-zip. Atticusson again with the long look in. Fires, and that one will be on the inside part of the zone, strike 1. Count is at 2-1. Atticusson fires. That one will be on the outside part of the zone, looking at a play at home plate. Atticusson looking to come down, but doesn't get there in time. Brinton will score. Cannons lead 13-4. Bases, now have runners at second and third.
Yeah, 3-1 count. And again, if Swirsky can go ahead and find some green grass, this game's over via the walk-off.
See a couple in the broadcast booth praying for that outcome. Atticusson fires the 3-1 pitch, and that one will be outside. Bases are reloaded with a walk of Dan Swirsky.
Now batting, catcher, number 28, Brennan Hudson, representing Georgia State.
Yeah, so now you can get one of the extremely rare possibility of walk-off, run rule, walk. That's the best way to say it.
Quite the combination of conditions there.
Don't see that a lot.
Yeah. Cannons looking to start their season off strong. Atticus and fires well outside. Becker had to slide a little bit for that one. Count is at 1-0. Atticusson fires and fouled off by Brinton. And nobody able to make a play on it from the Cardinals.
Bunch of kids out there. Crowd's dwindled a bit. Of course, it is still school night.
Yeah, many parents worried about good
Funny part of that is a couple of folks I know down there, they have their kids still here. So hopefully catch up with them after the game.
Yeah, count at 1-1. Atticusson fires. Potential check swing from Hudson. Say they do swing, so that will be a 1-2 count. Hudson not quite able to pull back quick enough. Atticusson looking to extend this one. Fires. And again outside, but Becker able to handle it enough to where they do not send anyone. Count is at 2-2.
It's kind of crazy, you know. Normally, a situation like this, that guy would never come home. They'd try to not put the extra run in to rub it in. Now you just want to end the game. Ball gets away. You might see Rodriguez come home.
2-2 with 2 outs. And Hudson will be struck out. That will end the inning. We do have a 9th in this one. Cannons lead 13-4.
Valley League Baseball is back, and the Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2023 season. Cannons Baseball is brought to you in part by Sonic Family Chiropractic, Western Loudon Chiropractic, T-Mobile, Banff Customs, Valley Drilling, Flowers Risk Group, Alamon Studio, Fuller Treasures, J.R. Snyder Limited Professional Plumbing Services, Joe Fleming Painting Contractors, Honest Tom's, Hero Homes, 5-Star Bath Solutions, Farm Credit, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service Incorporated, Brian McDonald Edward Jones, Dental Smiles at Purcellville Gateway, DCF Contracting, Coalition to Salute America's Heroes, Prop Metcalf Services, Climactic Heating and Cooling, Chick-fil-A, Casco, Casa Tequila Bar and Grill, Carrington Homes, Caring Transitions, Burr Strength, Browning Equipment Incorporated, the Bob Caines Team, and Banshee Motor Cars Limited.
And welcome back to historic Fireman's Field in Purcellville, Virginia. We do have a 9th in this one, and to cover that play-by-play, here's the Georgetown man himself, Jeremy Huber.
Thank you much, Jack. We got some defensive changes. Looks like Jackson DeLena out in left field. MJ Rodriguez is at first base, still trying to ID our right fielder. As we'll have to go and see, as we will get past that along as soon as we can. We know it's not Horowitz. So we'll get it to you as soon as we can. Possibly, I think we may have Ryan Liss and Jackson DeLena out in the outfield.
That may actually be it. It might be Ryan Liss in left and Jackson Delena in right.
That would track.
Now playing right field, number 9, Jackson Delena.
So,
Representing Shippensburg University.
It's number 8 in left field.
so again, it's Liss in left field, Brenton in center, Delena in right, Rodriguez at first, Knudsen is at second, Stewart at short, Swirsky still at third, Hudson behind the plate, and on the hill, it is one of the Cannons' late inning men, Brennan Baker, the 6'1", 210-pound righty out of Tallahassee Community College. He will face Carter Ruff first. Devin Cologne on deck. And Cannon's going to hopefully get through this one with only 3 pitchers. Baker, wild, as at the ball.
Now batting, designated hitter, number 7, Carter Ruff.
Saw that start to plague some of the Front Royal pitchers. Bouts of wildness. Kind of blew this game open a little bit. Hopefully Baker can find the zone. His first 2 pitches, he does not. That's a ball. That's going to be a little tough. Baker pitched in the exhibition on Tuesday night, and late inning guy. So you're hoping for him that he can kind of get that adrenaline that he normally has, going to get it all under control and find his area. That's hit out the shortstop. Fielded by Stewart. Throw over in time for outs number 1.
Little grounder Stewart has done.
Now batting,
Great job at shortstop, fielding everything
Number
cleanly.
Devin Cologne.
Here comes Devin Cologne. Remember, next Cannons game will be tomorrow night. Purcellville will welcome in the Winchester Royals in a rivalry battle. Here's the pitch. Cologne takes for a strike. Winchester an 11-1 winner over Culpeper tonight in the Cavaliers' first ever game in Valley League competition. Of course, Cavaliers, this pitch is going to miss outside, coached by former Cannons assistant Brandon Mack. So, I'd like to see that happen to him. But, again, Culpeper underway, got some real good baseball minds down there. They should be all right. Here comes the 1-1. That's going to miss inside. Count goes 2-1.
Yeah, you mentioned it is always tough coming in cold turkey into a new league. You do usually have to take some big losses before getting into your own.
That's going to be popped up as Booker coming in from center field. Excuse me. So Booker, not Britton, out there. And it's going to be caught by Stewart for the second out of the inning.
And at the conclusion of the Cannons game, any kids that are left in the stands and would like to run the bases, check into
Baker
the
doing
first base dugout.
a good job so far in his inning. Baker doing a solid job forcing easy contact to field.
There's Baccio, who will take for a strike. So far on the night, Baccio had the single to lead his in this game off, and then since he's been 0 for 3, the pair of flyouts and ground out. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss for strike 2. So Front Royal down to their last strike. Baker trying to put this one away. And here comes the 0-2 pitch. And that is going to be fouled off of Hudson behind the plate. So we'll do the 0-2 all over again. Cannons gathered outside the entrance of their dugout, trying to get out. And I guess somewhat it's a lefty batter, not going to likely pull one that far. But guys probably should pay attention. That's going to miss, get to the backstop. So count goes 1-2. Here comes the 1-2. Here it is. That is on the outside corner. Strike 3. That's one in the win column for the Cannons. They win it 14-4. Totals in this one, Cannons 13 runs, 16 hits, and 1 error. For Front Royal, 4 runs, 8 hits, no errors. Your winning pitcher in this one, Jabari Smith, came on in relief for Quintana, gets the victory. Losing pitcher in this one will be Watson. So for my partner, Jack Hughes, I'm Jeremy Huber saying so long from Fireman's Field. Cannons win 13-4 over Front Royal. We'll see you tomorrow, 7 o'clock, as Purcellville looks to go to 2-0 as they take on Winchester. Good night, everybody.
To please remember to bring Royals. Gates open at 5:30. First pitch is always 7 p.m. Good night, everybody. Marshall. Thank you for coming, my man. Miss Jenny. How are you, Leslie? Hey, we're going to get that crab out there running tomorrow night, okay? Don't worry. Got you. Thank you, guys.
I'm going to be here at 6.
Mr. and Mrs. Moran, thank you. Make sure those jerseys get put, please, Jimmy.
Just the only game he's coming to? Okay, all right. Good, because I actually work, so like I said, I start my schedule for work. I took like I'm doing every game to the 6th and like
Mrs. Hendricks,
after the 6th.
Mr. and Mrs. Thomas, thank you all for coming as usual.
So I can come up
You're in the running for fan, you guys are in the running for fan of the year, but it's going to be tough to take out Marshall. It's going to be tough to take out Marshall. But you guys are in the running. You guys are in the running.
All right, dude. Good to see you.